All right, kitties. The all right, somebody's got something on going back feed, going back through their speaker and back in through the system.
Really?
Yeah.
Not me. I'm on push to talk, so it only activates if I talk. Not me. I'm on push to talk, so it only activates if I talk.
Mm,
Somebody is out on Twitch and it's showing. I think it could have been me.
I think it's probably you.
Yep. Yeah, I had a mute Twitch. I just wanted to check to make sure it was coming
Yeah.
up. All right, it's still coming across.
Give it a second. Give it a second. You might have to like.
Yeah, I just closed
mute.
Twitch. I just closed the browser. I mean, I muted Twitch, but I just closed the browser. But so
It
just
might.
so you are aware, even though we were streaming and it's only showing the starting screen, it still has our microphones coming across. So
Good to know.
now I need to get. Guess I should get ready, huh?
I'm so. I know we didn't care that much about it only coming through the left side, but wow, that was. It's real nice to hear it coming through the same quality it is on Discord.
Yeah, it's a good thing. And I'm going to go open up Astral right now so we can get into Astral.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun. Aethernos is here. Quick, look busy.
Oh man, do I need to download some sort of extension for D&D Beyond or anything? Like
No.
I don't know how you do it.
Nope.
Okay.
Not at all. So, to be honest, if you're looking at the Twitch stream, I have a D&D Beyond overlay. So if
sure
you
do.
mouse over the video, on the left-hand side, you'll see the characters. Was somebody just who's now? Oh, Lord Kazumba. I like it. Hey, what's going on, Jay? Like the man is in the house. The guy who started all D&D streams. Well, he might not have started all the D&D streams, but his game's like the longest running D&D game that I know of. So when he stops by, it's big deal, folks. So, like I said, everybody look busy. Lord Gazumba's in the house. The man is in
I
the
can type
house.
on my keyboard real loud. It'll make me look busy, right?
I appreciate you hosting us, Jay, even if it's only with one viewer, which is your channel. That's just kind of nice. Hey, man, people go to Gazumba's channel to watch stuff. They see us streaming. Now we're gonna start to pluck off some of those folks on a Friday night and hopefully on Monday night too. So. Just trying to get set up here. What? We have another follower. What? What's up, Troy? Zerathon, what's going on, man? You know something? As hard as I try in 5e, I've never been able to kill anybody. Not permanently. In one adventure I told you guys about, I took the players through Castle Amber because one of the players decided they want to check out the house on the hill. I won't mention who that player is, but he's playing with us tonight. He convinced the party to go up onto the hill, and they got into Castle Amber, and I think
One player who died.
Okay. There's context for this, though.
Here.
Give us the context.
The context was that we were running a food cart, and that literally the only reason nobody wanted to go up there was because they're like, oh yeah, this is clearly a side quest that's going to try to kill us because it's a mansion like in the middle of nowhere.
It's a mansion in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but the only reason anyone thinks that's weird, and that's the thing that like, oh no, we need to be super careful because villas were a huge thing. Like that's not a weird thing to find in in Europe, for example, like at the time period, I would imagine.
If you want if you want to get real too, if you look at the actual Greyhawk maps, like Anna Meyer's Greyhawk map, and you follow the road from Greyhawk down to Hardby, like you guys were, there are spots where it says mansion here or whatever mansion
Yeah.
there. So absolutely, it's feasible. But I just thought it
Yeah.
was funny that nobody wanted to go except you.
Well, because everyone else was just like, "Oh yeah, no, this is clearly because we're playing D&D. This is a dangerous thing." And I'm like, "No, we're running a food cart. It's about to be night. We want shelter naturally. Like my character would have no reason for this normal thing in this world to appear threatening. So yes, I'm gonna go to the mansion, even though I knew that you were gonna rope us into like a 10-session like hellhole."
Yep.
I don't think I don't think any of us, even you, predicted the degree that he was
Oh no.
going to rope us into.
Oh
We
no, not
thought
at all.
maybe, okay, the next session or two, all right, some funny. No, we go to another freaking dimension.
Yes, it was great. It was glorious. I had a great time. I'm still upset that I lost all of the magic stuff we gained during that, but it was great.
I
And it
was
was worth-
dragged through
It
oozes.
was worth it.
Then I was killed by an ice lizard.
Yeah, well, next
Oh,
time I
that's
bet you
right.
won't
You
do that.
did. You died by
That's not my fault.
the ice lizard. Because I just remember Dwayne and Knick Knack got it in the ballroom.
Oh, that's
I
right.
didn't- I
Yeah,
didn't.
they
You're thinking of Gek.
Gekek, yeah.
No.
Gekek,
Yeah.
and,
Was it?
yeah, no. Yeah,
Nope,
it was. It was
I
Gekek
stayed alive
and
the whole
Knick-Knack.
time.
They
That's
drank
right.
they ate the full course meal.
Yes, that's right. And they ended up. For some reason I was thinking it was Dwayne, but you're right. It was Gekek and Knick Knack.
And they came back as the Elizabeth brother.
Yes, that's right. You're right. That's correct.
Yeah, Jacob's character died. Gekek and Knick-Knack died. And I think I'm pretty much the only one who came out of there without any like severely traumatizing event happening. to
No,
them, which is great.
the other two are fine as well.
Well, yeah, they lived. They just hated every moment of it. Whereas,
Yeah.
I'm doing my job. I'm alive. Everything's okay.
That was.
I got like a
that
wisdom
was-
bonus or something out of it.
That was. Yep, that was good. Anyway, hopefully some of our players will start to show up since we're like
Mhm.
2 minutes and 30 seconds from the game start. I know Kaylee's around. I don't know if she's like on yet, but 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm going to launch. And if we have to play with two of y'all are going to have to play. So,
Well, that's okay.
hey, man.
It's not my character. If they
That's
die,
it.
they die.
You are correct. It doesn't matter. It's all right. Usually it takes me a few minutes to kind of get settled anyway. So let me get my notes.
You know, it was funny. I was actually playing Curse of Straw the other day with 2 players.
Oh, yeah?
Death House. It was. It's not meant for 2 people. It's not meant for 2 people.
Yep. Exit. There we go. Do. Okay. Slowly but surely we count down.
Bum.
Yep.
Bum.
Little over a minute. I'm going to launch the intro and then we'll be live
T-minus 1 minute 20 seconds.
and counting.
That's enough for a round.
Dun, 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 dun. I could have swore that Zerathon already followed once before, but maybe I'm wrong.
Some people just like to follow and unfollow.
I know they follow and unfollow and follow and unfollow.
I
Let's see
just
how
want
it
you
is.
to, keep calling them out. And make
Yeah.
them mine.
Is that what it is? Got it.
Like, oh, it's a red. I didn't follow. Oh, wait, that's right. Red means followed.
Yep. Yep, we're good. And 30-second countdown.
Hey,
Hello.
look at that.
Who'd I miss?
Hmm?
Hey, Kaylee. What's going
Hey,
on?
what's up?
How goes it?
Hello.
Nothing much. Just behind as usual.
Oh, no, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. We're good. 10 seconds and we're going live, so you're here in perfect timing.
I mean, I am probably going to cutting in and out because I'm going to be eating pizza.
Oh, totally fine.
But yeah, I figured I'd actually join. At the very least, listen and talk while I set up my actual laptop. Yeah, I haven't actually set up for me. My dog knows I have pizza, so he's sniffing at the door. It's a mess, but it's fine. He's the one who took too long going to the bathroom.
And we are live once again. Hopefully this time we'll be able to stay live without any issues. Unlike last game where it seemed that OBS Studio wasn't quite handling the intensity of our game. But worked through all the kinks, got all that stuff figured out. Much appreciated to my other IT geek friend who is actually gaming with us tonight, Adam, for coming on early to help me fix that last little bug on why my audio was only coming through one speaker. So hopefully everybody out there can hear us correctly coming through both channels as opposed to one speaker in your headset. Other than that, let's kind of start getting this thing kicked off. We've got most of our players here. As a note, I want to let everybody know that unfortunately, one of our players who played Corvus, our sorcerer, was unable to continue with the game due to the fact that his work post-COVID is starting to ramp up, and now the times that he originally had off he no longer does. But he is with us in spirit. He says he is going to be listening to the game, and as a stand-in, I brought in one of my old faithful players, Adam. Adam and I have gamed face-to-face. As a matter of fact, the three players that are with us tonight, as of right now, we have Hyacinth, we have Niola, and then we also have Corvus, who's playing Adam. These three players have actually been in my face-to-face group here for the past few years until COVID struck and split us all apart. And then Kaylee, who is our player for Hyacinth, elected to leave us in the dirt and went following her and chasing her dreams across the United States to the great Northwest, where she now lives up in Seattle. And I appreciate that she's able to make time for us. Because she probably is my favorite player, mostly because she's the only one that ever takes notes. So if I need to know something, she'll remind me if I forget something. She's got the notes. Tonight we are once again coming back to the little town of Christchurch, which for those of you who have not followed, let's kind of give a quick high level of what we've been doing. So the party originally started out coming to Christchurch, trying to seek their fortune in coming to this town that is rebuilding after the Greyhawk Wars have ended about 2 years ago, 18 months, 2 years ago. Although they originally were hired by a man named Oswald, Oswald was up from the city of Traft to investigate the death of one of their own. So the Inquisitors Guild sent Oswald to check out. Basically, the local sheriff passed away, Sir Johann Thames. He was a commander in one of the night regiments during the war, and post-war he came here and it was basically, like I said, playing the part of the sheriff. Well, he passed away, and so the Inquisitors Guild came to investigate what happened, and so he needed a little help. Hired our party. He promised to pay them a whopping 5 gold, and that is not 5 gold per person. A whopping 5 gold if they would aid him in figuring out what happened to Sir Thames. And so, long story short, they found a lot of dead bodies. They've been following the trail of this slasher because everybody who has been killed has been slashed and cut up pretty badly. And they've come to discover that it is quite possibly a lycanthrope here in town somewhere. In fact, that same lycanthrope nearly took their lives last episode as they were stuck in a barn and it was set ablaze. Fortunately, however, they managed to, from the loft, managed to kick open and pull open the upstairs loft doors and jump down into the snowbanks. And most people got out with small scrapes, maybe a little bit of burns, a little smoke inhalation, but they did survive. And a quick search revealed that not only were their tracks similar to the wolf creature that they have been tracking, but they found a second set of tracks that were slightly smaller that could portend that there is more than one lycanthrope plaguing this small community. And so during the rest of the last episode, they spent talking to some of the people in town, trying to kind of get their wits about them to figure out what their next move was. And not the least of which was they went back to Johann Thames's home, and nearby there was a tree where he had called an old friend of his to bury or at least place a sword that he had hoped would help them against this lycanthrope in town. The party managed to find the sword. The sword itself is a moon-touched blade, meaning that when you draw the blade, it gives off a soft moonlight with a bright light within 15 feet radius and another 15 feet of dim light. In addition to that, they found a key, and they found out that that key actually was to a locked area of Henriette's bookstore. And when they visited Henriette and she saw the key, she was very perplexed because she had lost that key, or thought she had lost that key, and the last person who had it was Sir Johann Thames. And during their subsequent investigation, they found a book which sort of put the nail in the coffin, if you will, in that they discovered that Johann Thames was researching as much as they could about lycanthropes. And in addition to that, they found a folded parchment inside the book right where he was reading, and it contained a spell scroll of Moonbeam. And a Moonbeam spell allows you to cast literally a beam of light within I believe it's a 20-foot radius. I'm not for sure. I have to double check, but I think it's a 20-foot radius of moonlight. And what it will actually do is any lycanthrope in there will be forced to change back into their original form. And also, I believe, if I have to go back and look at the scroll again, whoever has it, but the spell will also allow you to kind of move it. So it's a concentration type spell. And so that's where we left off last week. Also, if you guys remember, you went in to check out the Obsidian Mace because Amek wanted to hit the forge and actually start trying to forge some silver type weapons. Unfortunately, though, he might be able to get some done today, but it's about an 8-hour process. So if he were to do that, then he would be finishing up just as sundown was going to be hitting. And so you're kind of cutting it close because the festival is tonight. Everybody understands that there's going to be this big, huge festival on the night of the full moon, and from all indications on what you guys have discovered, you believe that bad things are going to happen during the festival, because obviously a full moon, not one but possibly two werewolves on the loose. You guys are going to have to work quickly and say your prayers if you're going to survive the night. So with that said, I'd like to once again welcome in Adam, who is going to be our stand-in tonight, playing Corvus Wolf the Sorcerer. Since our other two players have yet to arrive, I'm going to have to NPC them so I can roll the dice for them. But basically, you guys are going to dictate, where they go and what they do. As far as I'm concerned, Amic is going to be working all day in the forges. So he's just going to stay over by the obsidian mace. Niola, I know you were there with him as well. I don't recall why you were staying there. Well, let's sort of get things going and let's figure out, what do we want to do?
I think I was with him because we were trying to stay in pairs. But yeah, sure, let's do that.
Okay. So
you say that, but I went off on 100%. I just wandered around, checked things out, talked poorly.
She did. She did.
It's what I do.
Yep, and I appreciate it. So, it's probably, like I said, you guys spent most of your morning, so it's getting close to lunchtime, maybe a little after lunchtime. Amic is busy in the forges, trying to build his silver-tipped items. I think is what he wanted to do. Not 100% on what items he was going to do from last time. I know you guys had talked about, you have some silver-tipped arrows, I think is what you guys were going to go with.
I have a grand total of 11 crossbow bolts with silver tips.
Right, and you got those. Mm-hmm. What did she make those? Again, you have to remind me because there's a couple things.
I believe Amic made those. I would have those by the end of it.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's what I thought. You guys were doing arrows because you didn't have quite enough to do a sword or anything, but I know you're going to do a bunch of silver-tipped arrows or crossbow bolts or whichever item that you had. So let's kind of kick it off there. So you guys have about a half a day as you're sort of in the town. You know that people are getting ready for the festival, right? So even though this is primarily a dwarven god, the dwarf god Vergadane, even though this is dedicated to him and the chapel of Vergadane is the one that's throwing down the party, almost the entire community is involved with this. So even inside the gorgeous dwarf, you guys see they've got festive sort of decorations being put up and stuff, and the whole community has almost come to a halt just because everybody is now getting involved, even with all of the strife and the death and the sort of the scares or the scared how scared people are of what's been going on in town. This is sort of their opportunity to let loose and have a good time, and you can kind of see that people's spirits are a little bit more upbeat. They're really looking forward to this festival, which again kicks off with the rising of the moon tonight. Well, technically it starts before that, right? They start having the meals and stuff like that, but the height of the festival is when the full moon begins to rise tonight. A couple hours after sundown is when the moon first starts to rise. So probably, let's say 4 to 5 o'clock is when the festival itself really begins to kick off, and they start holding the town picnic, if you will. And of course, you guys visited the chapel to Vergadane previously and saw that they were setting up tables and food was being cooked and stuff. Walking inside, you saw that the interior was being decorated and whatnot. So you kind of get an idea of what to expect at this particular festival. So what about for the rest of the day? What do we plan on doing? It's like I said, Amic is going to be busy hammering out arrows. What about the rest of y'all?
I don't know. I did all I wanted to do in the morning.
You know what? I think it would be best if we relax for a bit.
Okay.
Walk around, relax. We listen as we go, but wind down a little bit and rest.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to save our energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the plan then that we're going to wait until tonight and just see who transforms then, rather than try to catch it in advance?
We've been
I have
doing our best.
I have a hunch, but I
Yeah.
don't think it would be wise to walk around waving my sword. She pulls it out a little bit as a to show the light coming from it. I have a hunch that this might do something else other than show off light. But I don't believe it would be wise just to wave it around. So what I'm proposing is more of a walk around, relax, and listen.
And what is it that you think it might be able to do?
This sword is said to be moon touched, and it was delivered as an aid to a man that was supposed to be hunting lycanthropes. I'm wondering if perhaps this sword might reveal a lycanthrope in some fashion. Whether it's hopefully not transform, or perhaps manifest beastly features on him. Not sure.
Or at least make them flinch or something like that. I noticed that this
Something.
character I'm playing has proficiency in Arcana, and that implies to me that there is some sort of training in that skill.
That is correct.
Could I make an Arcana check to see if I believe something like that could potentially work?
Sure, absolutely.
Do you
Alright,
want to roll in D&D Beyond?
Actually, we roll on Astral because I have the dice tray up there, so that way our audience can actually see what you guys roll as well as you can watch it yourself.
Okay then.
So
Yeah,
So you hit the D20 down there?
yeah, just hit the LD20 and then you can just add whatever proficiency bonus you have attached to that.
Sounds
As
good.
she puts the sword out there for him to look at with the scabbard.
Okay. Ooh.
Ooh.
An 8. I like it. It's kind of weird that it didn't come out that way. All right. So as far as you know, it's just a sword that gives off light. Whether it would affect any creatures like you think it may be, yeah, you're not really sure. You have no idea.
Yeah, we have a distinct problem with our party, and it's that none of us are intelligent.
Except for me.
Except
The
for
fighter has a
Nyola,
+2.
who has a +2,
I should've
but
done the
has
wizard
no
school.
proficiency in like any of the intelligent things though. If I recall
No, I do.
correctly.
I do.
Noted.
Oh yeah, which one? What was that? Oh, it was Arcana, wasn't it? Like
Yeah, it was. Oh no, it wasn't. Actually, no, you're right. No, it was none of the intelligence. My bad. I thought
Yeah.
it did.
Yeah, we all kind of like middle of the road at the intelligence factor there. Like we were all worried about other stuff.
Yes,
You know,
yes, we all wish we had a wizard in the party, but let's
Well,
focus on the
Nilo's
goal at
supposed
hand
to be
here.
the wizard.
I just wanted you to be aware of our particular failing. Is that we're all of average intelligence, just all of it. It's fine, but I
great.
wanted you to know. So if we need to do any
All right.
investigating or anything like that,
Yes.
I'm gonna be like, Nyola, do you want to do that? Nyola, are you cool?
All right.
All right.
Well,
It's glorious.
look,
Just wanted to know.
instead of just sitting
You're new.
around and resting
Mm-hmm.
and
But we
just
weren't going to be
hoping-
sitting around. We were going to be wandering around and keeping an eye out for suspicious stuff, which is kind of what I was doing a little bit this
Sure,
morning.
sure. But in the meantime, until we have like a more solid lead, we could.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this sort is going to work or not, but it's better than not doing anything. I don't know of a better option right now.
So
don't
I will
we-
say one thing that I didn't mention, and I don't know if I know you watched the previous streams a little bit, Adam, and of
Mhm.
course for those that tried to watch our last stream saw that it was broken up into 3 parts because of issues that I had on my streamer, but that's okay. That was my fault. This sword, in addition to being what they call the moon-touched sword, if you will, it has an insignia on the cross hilt that you guys recognize and discovered to be a symbol of called the Malison moon. Malison being a translation to cursed moon, right? And so during your investigation, you've come to find out that not only was Sir Johann Thames a member of the Second Auszugen, which is a very battle-savvy group of individuals. Not only did he lead that group on the other side of the mountains, over in the Vestvi Forest, he worked alongside Knights of the Heart, who are primarily elves protecting the forest on that side. And there was an actual very large battle that came about that was sent by troops of Ayus, and he helped beat them back. And in doing so, you guys found that he actually was part of a group that they called themselves the Malice and Moon. And again, Malice and Moon translating to Cursed Moon. So apparently he, for lack of a better term, was a lycanthrope hunter at one time in his life. So the fact that you have a blade with this symbol on it, and that was a blade that he actually sent letters to his old friends saying, I had hoped I would never have to use this sword again. Please have it delivered to this spot outside my home. It's obvious to you that this blade will help you or aid you against someone afflicted with lycanthropy. But specifically what it does, you don't know, other than it's a magical blade, which obviously will help against a lycanthrope, which are fairly immune to things other than silver and magical blades. So,
has anyone attempted to attune to the weapon?
No, not that I'm aware of. They just got it toward the end of last episode, so
Gotcha.
no one's really had a chance to kind of do anything.
I forgot about attunement. I play mostly Pathfinder.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. I didn't have to.
Did we had that? Would I have had enough time to attempt to attune to this sword?
Yeah, because it's been probably a couple hours now that that you guys have been waiting on Amik to make the.
All right, can I say attune to it in that time, because I completely forgot that existed.
Yeah, absolutely. So you spend time sort of mulling over this blade and anything, but it does not require attunement. It's a standard magical blade that gives off sort of a pale moonlight.
I was about to say, I didn't remember attunement being required when you described the blade, so it'd be a little... I don't have it in my notes on the blade, at the very least.
Yeah, all it was it had a really nice looking scabbard. It had insignias and etchings on the blade, and it shed light. And it was mostly the light, the moon touch feature, and the insignias that had me wondering. I'm thinking there's a hidden feature on this sword that we don't know about. That was my hunch.
Look, I genuinely believe that if we don't have anything better to do, we should go out. We're supposed to be investigating these murders. You know, it's a minor inconvenience to people to say, "Hey, I'm going to touch you with the flat of this blade. Let's see if you transform into a werewolf. If not, you're guilt-free." You know, I don't have another solution right now. I don't even really want to be here right now. So let's just go do something and get this over with.
Yeah, especially since the man who was supposed to pay us is dead.
Right.
This is true.
Yeah, so we're kind of doing this a little more on the this thing tried to kill us type.
Yep.
At least that's what
I thought we were doing it out of good faith by this point.
Regardless of why we're doing it, the faster we get it done, the less people die.
Yeah, and there's already been plenty of people who died. So we should probably get going.
Alrighty then.
And animals. Animals also died, according to my campaign.
This is true. Not only a few people have died, but several animals, horses, etc. So, you guys want to spend the next couple of hours, give or take, wandering around town and randomly pointing a glowing blade at people? Is that sort of what I'm getting at?
I don't think that is a thing that the sword does. I'm pretty sure we identified the sword.
You know,
so identify what it told us about.
Yes, identify. You're right. So identify tells you it's basically a +1 blade that gives off moonlight brightly for moonlight, a 15 feet radius with an additional dim light about another 15 feet after that.
Oh, and the trope is just a +1, making it magical, so it hurts the lycanthrope. So that's pretty much what it was.
More or less, yeah.
Okay. All right then.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But we can
just
still
go wander.
Now, I will say that again, you know it's moonlight, right? That it gives off. So
Right.
although it doesn't really affect the blade at all, you do not know how the moonlight will affect a lycanthrope. So you don't know if that would cause them to shift, so that now, you recognize this person as a lycanthrope. That's sort of
It might
a
do nothing.
hypothesis that you have.
Right?
Yeah.
And nothing to do with hypotheses other than test them.
This
So-
is
All right.
true.
Yep. Let's go wander.
Spoken like a true scientist. Okay.
I have to keep remembering I'm not playing a wizard, I'm playing a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Maybe I should rephrase these things.
So I'm gonna stick Amik back down here at the obsidian. Put you guys, and by the way, all these little dots that you see on the map, Corvus, those are where bodies have been found that you guys, since you've been in town. So you've got one right here. Here was Xylanth, who is the locksmith, which, by the way, she built some very high quality locks for the Temple of Vergadane.
before she ended up dead.
Before she ended up dead. Down here is an old barn where you guys almost died in a fire, and that's where your friend Oswald. And right here was the original death, and that was George Gilly. You found his body here. George Gilly's
And
daughter
all
is
of them-
missing.
And all of them had tracks leading into the woods at the closest location, except the one down south where the barn is.
Yep.
That lowest one. That one ran down to the
Yeah.
woods off to the southeast.
Yep. So they kind of ran this way.
Is anyone trying to follow these tracks into the woods at all?
They did.
We did.
They did.
It didn't go
We
well.
beefed it. We beefed it badly.
We tried.
It's fine.
Keyword on try.
Yes.
Gotcha.
You don't have intelligent trackers. Let's just put it that way.
All right.
Okay. So, what we're going to do is to sort of make this go a little bit smoother rather than us have to go through every single townsperson in town, because there's roughly 200 people in town, including dwarves and whatnot. As you guys come out, you see, as I said, people are sort of moving through town a little bit more freely than they have in the past few days. It's obviously due to the festival. You actually see coming out from the from this spot. Where is it? Oops. Sorry about that. I always I move the wrong one. So right here is Christchurch Minerals, right? So that is the sort of the epicenter of town, if you will, because the dwarves opened up the mines again, and so now we have ore once again flowing through the town. We have trade going back and forth between here and Traft. So you've got ore going to Traft, you've got supplies and goods coming once a week from the from Traft, from the north into town, right? One person you've seen a couple times is Bertrand Stonebrow. Now Bertrand is basically the general manager of the Christchurch Minerals, and Christchurch Minerals is basically a subsidiary of the Traft Mining Consortium. So he sort of is running the show for the mining consortium here in town, and so he's kind of a bigwig sort of fella. And you guys have seen him a couple times, but as you guys sort of step out and you start going through town, you see him sort of step out, and he kind of looks at you, and he's the typical miner dwarf, man. He's got the big thick beard, he's got the sort of the vest on with the semi nice clothes, whatever. It looks like his beard has been either not trimmed, but at least brushed, and he's got it braided, and he's got some cloth, and he sort of looks at you and he nods his head and gives sort of a half wink and turns and heads off toward the temple. Obviously he's going to get involved, right? So that's kind of the first you guys have seen him in a while. Like I said, just sort of just by the fact that you see him dressed up and going to the festival, you can obviously, as a leader in town, he is sort of getting people to do sort of the same thing, right? So So anyway, I just kind of wanted to bring that out there where you guys are seeing that the leaders in the community are sort of taking the forefront of getting people to go to the festival and sort of putting behind them the trials and the tribulations of this past day. But you begin working your way through town. Just sort of talk to me a little bit about where you want to go, how you want to handle the situation with people, and we'll go from there.
Where is the festival focused at?
So the festival itself is going to be focused way over here in the Chapel of Vergadane. So that's where it's being set up, right? When you guys went there, they had all the outside, all the trees around it have sort of gold and purple banners hanging from it. Those are the colors of Vergadane. The priests and those leaders of the church dressed similarly with ribbons and bows and stuff like that. Almost all dwarves, right? Very few humans, if any, that you saw were dressed in the colors of Vergadane, but everybody in the community, human, elf, although there's only like one elf that you know of, humans, the half-elf, the dwarves, all of those folks, everybody's involved in the festival, but it's pretty much driven by the dwarves, right? So, but anyway, yeah, so that's where it's at. And outside, they've got a bunch of tables, and that they're loading it up with food and everything for the several different courses that they're going to have before the actual main event, if you will. And typically the main event happens, like I said, when the moon comes up, the high priest gets out there and gives his big speech, and people start tossing money into coffers, and they start collecting it, because Vergadane is the god of commerce, and so the festival is typically people tossing coins into the collector's plates so that the church can then invest that money into something that will, for example, they may buy stock in the mine, and that any money the mine makes, now the church gets it, and then they give that back to the community. So that's sort of the goal, if you will. But Vergadane has been known to cut corners and be a little shady when it comes to business dealings, or at least he doesn't care if his people are a little shady in their business dealings, as long as whatever happens goes back to the community. So anyway, so how do we want to kind of handle this?
Nilo will look over to the monk and the most insightful of us all, and mention, I believe you should keep an eye out to the others as we walk through. You seem to have a sharp eye for the way others act and stuff, so perhaps see if anyone looks a bit nervous that we're out and about still.
Cool.
Or perhaps hateful.
Yeah, or wary.
And I think we should just kind of walk through, more or less, the mostly on the northern side, but just stroll through the setups and stuff as people are doing things.
Okay. All right, so just sort of, we're going to go like over here, in here, or are we going to stay up here? Because it's really not much community up here. There's people, heading over to this direction toward the chapel to sort of get set up, but the majority of the community is right there in the center, right? So even though there are people going to get set up for the festival, the town itself is still running. So
let's go through the thick of the people, where most of them are at.
All right, yeah, most of the people are going to be in town, right, in this area and stuff. So that's basically where you're going to see them. But as the day goes on, more and more people start gravitating toward the Chapel of Vergadane. So, first of all, you said you're going to be looking for people that are nervous or anything like that. So,
anybody particularly twitchy.
Yep. So there's about 8 people that are on Twitch right now. Does that count? Does that count as being twitchy?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody that's watching our stream, everybody on our stream, y'all need to hold still so Nilo can walk by and flash his sword at you. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but
I don't know either.
Okay. So I am going to need, give me investigation. Oh no, sorry. Give me perception checks. Give me 3 of those perception checks as you guys move through town.
Not great. I trip.
Yes, you trip and fall.
I don't fall. I don't hurt myself. I just fall.
I want you to note that the day, once again, the day is cold, right? The 11th of Fireseek here in the mountains is nothing to shake a stick at. as the wind.
Also, I nearly died of smoke inhalation earlier
This is
today.
true. This
Don't
is
forget.
true. This is
And
true.
then last but certainly not least
I
is
got an
another
20.
5.
All
Okay,
right. All right. So,
course.
you guys move through town. I'm gonna allow you one additional check if you want to give one, or if you want to pass it off to somebody else to
No,
give a perception.
Corvus can have that
All
one.
right. So Corvus, I'll give you one additional perception check as you
Well-
guys are walking through
Oh.
town.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no, I-
he
When you said 3,
You
I
got
thought you
it.
meant 1 from each of us. But
No.
that's fine.
No. Three total. 3 total.
Got you.
Okay. Yeah. I will. Let's just pretend.
Although
I got it.
realistically, everybody's probably checking. So you rolls a natural 20. How do you imagine that?
I rolled a 20 and then a
Yeah.
and then a soft 20 with an 18.
Oh, is that what it
Yeah.
was? Okay.
Yeah. And did you want a third one or just the 2?
No, I just wanted the one. Just one check.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
he
sorry.
did already.
Well,
do one
I
I
said-
did. It was a natural 20.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I
It
said.
was a minute ago.
Yep. So like I said, so typically I would assume everybody's being watchful, but for game purposes, we're just going to go. So you guys move through town, and you notice more than one person seems a little bit twitchy, a little bit off, sort of looking over their shoulder, nervous, if you will. Even though they're going about their daily business. Now, this is nobody that you know specifically, just maybe a half a dozen or so times you guys discover someone that's a little jumpy. Like somebody walks past them, they sort of twitch their shoulder, or they spin as you guys come walking by, they'll sort of look over you and then sort of move off in the opposite direction, like, oh, I don't know who they are, let me stay away from them, etc., right? So even though people have seen you around town, it still seems that there's a lot of nerves going on. So how do we want to handle these nervous folks that you said you're looking for? Anything?
I believe it was more so. I was looking. Yeah, I should have been a bit more careful about the switches. Perhaps people who are a little bit more like hateful, I guess, or something.
Okay.
We should not be there type of reactions. Like we should not be around type of stuff. Not the those are strangers.
Okay.
Not the stranger danger react.
So yeah, I get you. So no, as in fact, like I said, most of the people that you see give off sort of a nervous vibe. They don't give off like they hate you or an evil glare or anything like that. It's more along the lines of fear, but suppressed fear, where they're extremely nervous, but they're still out and about doing their thing. And that's sort of the vibe that they give off. But nobody that you see really, and you spend a good couple of hours doing this, right? So sort of moving through people and just talking and chatting and listening and stuff like that. But like I said, about a half a dozen people you see give strange reactions, but nobody that's like hateful or mad or like gives you the evil stare down or anything like that.
Yeah. We've been pretty bad luck, people these days.
Yeah, so, and it's understandable. You could probably figure that, what they've been going through in town hasn't helped any with what you guys are seeing and finding and stuff. But as you sort of approach down here at the Obsidian, you guys see that Amik is about halfway through making these crossbow bolts or arrows or whichever ones that you had, Nyla. He's managed to get, like I said, about halfway through, and you see that nice silver coating on them. And he's got a sort of a melted area where the forge is still sort of, pulling down, or I should say, where he's pulling down the bellows, and it sort of breathes that hot air into the furnace itself, and it just blows out this like super hot steamy kind of air, and as soon as it sort of hits the outside doors of the obsidian mace itself, and it hits that frigid cold air, you can see suddenly it turns into like a mist, and it just sort of settles over you, giving sort of this wet sheen over anybody that's kind of passing by. That's how hot it is inside as opposed to how cold it is outside. But you can see he's got this melted urn of liquid silver, and he's melts it down, sort of gets the arrows sort of dipped in it, and he sort of works it to hammer it out so that it stays on it. It's not just a little sort of a coating that would fall off or whatever. But you see him busily at work. I got about another 2 hours and I'll be done.
Perfect.
Alrighty then.
You're doing great now, Nick.
Oh, I know. I'm good at what I do.
True.
Where
Same,
to?
but mine's only punching. So.
I guess
Do you
we
want
should.
me to silver your fists?
I don't think that's a good plan.
Oh.
I need those for later.
It's just an idea.
Silver gauntlets, perhaps brass knuckles.
All right. Silver knuckles.
Some
There you go.
No. That would take way too much time.
So,
I believe we should move up to the north then, perhaps near the chapel.
okay. So, you guys sort of make your way around. As you get toward the chapel, you can see that there is a lot of work going on. The entire area around the whole chapel, from here to here to here, I mean, everything all the way around it. You see tables and booths set up for food, and as I described before, the whole edge of the forest is like replete in all of this sort of finery with these big huge tapestries hanging down of gold and purple. The doors themselves to the chapel are sort of standing open, and there's these gold and purple banners sort of welcoming everybody to the Temple of Vergadane as the entire community. And there's probably around 50 dwarves in this whole area, and then you've got another 50 or so humans, so there's probably close to 100 people in the area, both inside the chapel as well as outside setting up. You actually see that some of the priest types kind of give you a little bit of a side eye, if you will, as you guys get close, sort of like, what are you doing here? They remember you guys coming from before, asking questions of the high priest when you guys were here before, when you were talking to Father Daragor. So that's kind of the vibe that you guys get here. It looks like the priests, while not overtly giving you the stink eye, they are giving you the stink eye.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, but we also annoyed them earlier too, so.
Yeah, a little.
We didn't annoy them. We asked them perfectly valid questions about.
Some people could consider that annoying. I don't know.
You know what? There's been murders. I think their perspective is bad.
Yeah. I need to ask really quick. If Lorca Zumba, are you still out on the chat? I was just curious. I'm watching I have these timers that go off that are like, you just saw one, the shout out for YouTube, right? It's supposed to give out sort of a command, if you will, to have, let me open up my thing here. So if I do this manually, you see it says, hey, don't forget to follow our YouTube channel. But if the timer goes off and it sends it off, it's not firing the command. So it's kind of irritating me that, and all my commands are enabled, so that's fine. So anyway, I was just kind of curious because I thought Lord Gazumba was having problems with his giveaway the other day with sort of the same thing, but I don't know if he was or not. So if anybody's in the chat that was in Lord Gazumba's game, I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing, but I know he was having issues with his automated stuff, so I was just kind of curious if anybody knows what was going on. So anyway, back to the game. All right, so you guys are, like I said, you're sort of standing there, taking in the scenes. They're giving you a little bit of a stink eye, but for the most part, people are very friendly. People walking up, oh, hello, welcome. Would you like to taste some of the goods before we actually get into the festival. Just now, this is just for a taste. Now you can't have it all because we have so many people that are going to be coming here to eat.
Like those little
Yeah,
food
sure.
court
I'll
trays with
take a
like the
taste.
toothpick.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of like walking
Yeah,
through.
sure. Why
walking
not?
through
Why not?
Sam's Club. Would you like to try?
Yeah.
And so they give you things like pastries, and they give you. They have some fried meat and some jerky and etc. Just this whole gamut of food, along with. Everybody's offered drink, right? And of course, with dwarves, it's mostly strong drink if you so desire, but they do have more juices for those that are less inclined to partake. But ales and stuff like that they provide you guys as everybody's just starting to get into the festive mood. Hey, Valorius, man, thanks for showing up, dude. How you doing? Valorius is in my 1E one-shots game every Monday night. As is, of course, Adam. Adam's in our 1E one-shots, at least for this particular one. Still haven't decided if I'm going to keep him around for any further adventures if he wants to. So,
He's like, oh, dang.
well, it's just I can never kill him. I've tried to kill every one of his characters, and he always manages to weasel out of it. So one of these days, I'm going to be able to. Now that I've got him in a 1E game, it's going to be so much easier. It's going to be so much easier. So, all right. So the food is great. Obviously, it's most of it's dwarven fare. Thick, hearty meats, and pasty or pastries and stuff that are extremely good and whatnot. And they give you little samplings as you guys go. But the overall feeling again is a very festive mood. Go ahead and whoever wants to give me a perception check with advantage, since I know that everybody's going to jump in and say, I want to help them. So I'll just nip that in the bud right now, and let's go ahead and just do it with advantage, whoever wants to do it.
I am frightened to roll it.
How do you type advantage in like this system? Is that a thing?
I think if you do is it a double exclamation point? If not, I think it's if you do a double exclamation point, it says roll for advantage or disadvantage again or something like that. So now then click on the word where it says delayed roll, and then it'll show you what your second roll is. So
okay, well, it didn't look like it did that, but I got a 20 total.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to figure
So
out.
I'll just roll another d20 and see if I roll higher than 18.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, look, I rolled another 18.
All
This
right.
is my third 18. Hold on.
All right. We need to make sure that he's not just he's rolling a die 18 is what he's doing. He's doing, yeah, whatever. So,
Excuse me.
no.
I rolled an 18 on
He's
an
rolling
18
a
sided
one-
dice. Is that a crit?
So, no.
So he's been rolling d20s.
Exactly. I know, I'm looking. I'm just making sure he's not rolling like, roll 18, not a D18, just roll 18. And I'm just making sure that he's not doing that, because you never trust a gamer at all. So,
Wow.
I tried that and it didn't work. It just gives me a 0.
my bad. Well, sorry, Shane, but
All right.
you're not actually in my game, dude. So I had to give Valorius a little bit of a welcome. So next time, I promise, I'm going to give a fanfare. I'm going to create a Crimson Chain fanfare, so whenever you show up, I can play that, and then that's going to be your specific sound. So whenever that sound goes off, everybody knows you've arrived. So
Exactly.
confetti all
I
over
don't
the
have it
Crimson
ready
Chain
for
is-
this game. I was totally unprepared to welcome you in with open arms to this game. But yeah, sorry, dude.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he's always active in our chat. You have to give
he
him a
is.
shout
He's
out.
like,
It's
I do.
amazing.
I have to give the shout out. He's. But again, I had to give Gazumba his shout out too, because he's the one that made all this happen. So,
Fun.
so as you're sort of, I guess, eyeballing the place, Corvus and Corvus as in Corvus the sorcerer, not Corvus as in Corvus Bray, the nickname. Yeah, we need to get a new character in here so Corvus can change his name. So,
Well, Corvus only has 7 HP, so like
yep, exactly.
this shouldn't be too
It's
difficult.
level 1, Sean. It's your chance to
Yes.
kill a player in 5e.
Nah, I would
Yeah.
never do that on purpose.
All
Sure.
it takes is one crit, and he's down.
Yep. I shall try. So
Even a goblin could do it.
as you're sort of moving and weaving in and out of the crowds and stuff and sort of checking out the layout, again, I've described the chapel, I think, sufficiently for you to know what the scene is. But one thing that you spot in through the chapel itself, through the double doors, you see that there are people inside, Corvus. There are people inside sort of setting up for the festivities because, again, that's where they have the main ceremony moves into the chapel itself, right? So they'll have to pack all of these people into the chapel. But you see a couple of the priests sort of arguing back and forth amongst themselves a little bit, if that makes any sense. And so that's kind of what you see as you sort of peek in there. I'm not sure what to make of it, but it is what it is. That's what you see. So, where to now?
Quick question. At any point during our times talking to these people, have they ever given a hint that the old Kirk and the Vergadane get along or don't get along?
To your knowledge, there hasn't seemed like there's any animosity. You have nothing that you've seen would give any indication that, right? The only thing that you know is, well, okay, go ahead, Hyacinth, go ahead. You have much more experience than these guys do.
Yeah, last week when I was, doing I asked the old Kirkman if he was going to the Chapel of Vergadane festivities, like literally everyone else in town, and he was like, "Nah, man, they're shady, like Vergadane's shady," and I'm just like, okay. And I got the sense that he legitimately, that was why he didn't want to go, because he doesn't. So I wouldn't say there's no answer.
Yeah, because
go ahead.
Like,
I was thinking about, like, why would if there was anyone inside Vergadane, right? Why would they sabotage the celebration that gives them money? I'm wondering if perhaps someone closer ties to the old Kirk might be doing something. Maybe not the old Kirk themselves, but perhaps something directly tied to them.
Well, that's a theory.
Yeah.
But as you can see right now, it looks like everybody, and like the old Kirk priest said, Father Schulman oh my gosh, right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, the Schulman of the old Kirk chapel, he serves primarily Pelor, right? And so Pelor is obviously a very good god, and so Vergadane has been known, and it is known his priests are very business savvy, but sometimes they're a little shady in their business dealings, and Vergadane really doesn't care as long as the business makes money. So he's not really caring if you're doing, slave shit on the side, as long as you're making money, right? That's sort of his take. And so while there's no overt animosity that you saw, there's obviously a little bit of sub-animosity or a little bit of dislike, if you will. But whether that's enough to sabotage their festival, particularly when it's not just the Dwarven Vergadane followers, it's the entire community sort of getting involved with it, he just elected that he didn't want to. So, but again, take that for what it's worth. Yeah. But again, your theory, I mean, Niola, it's obviously a theory, something maybe you can try to follow up. But as is right now, all you guys can see is everybody having a great time getting ready for the festival. And with the exception of that one little thing in the middle of town that you guys can see are...
If only we had a spider I can go investigate.
You can walk in yourself if you want. The chapel doors are open.
What is our purpose for coming here? Just so we're all on the same page.
Our purpose for coming to the church or coming to the town?
To this church specifically, what are we doing here?
We were suspicious of things in the church because folks here weren't really being forthcoming with us. We were asking questions about the other murders. So as we're wandering around, we passed up through here.
Okay.
Yep. And one of the other things that sort of tied this all together was the chapel commission the locksmith to make several really high-quality locks for the chapel, and the locksmith ended up dead. So when talking to the priest, who is a dwarf, rather tall for a dwarf, but he's still a dwarf, the first thing they noticed was that he has false teeth. Second, that he has a huge scar running along one jaw, which apparently was the cause of the loss of his teeth. And when they were talking to him, while he wasn't like overtly ugly to them, they felt that he was maybe being a little shady in his answers and stuff. So they sort of kind of are wondering, what's going on. And now, with the fact that they believe there's a lycanthrope in town, lycanthropes typically at the height of the full moon are, where their power comes from. Now we're having this big, huge festival. It's all sort of tying together like, it makes sense that something could happen here at the temple during the festival. Whether the church itself is involved or not.
Also, the first dude who died, Gilly, he was going to be a major participant in the festival as well because he's a farmer. And when Amak went to talk to the dwarf man, he was like, he was pretty much like, oh man, we gotta get that lady out of the forge at the city of Mace because she's a human. And he was much more like overtly like pro dwarf when he was talking to another dwarf, so and I mean, I don't know why Oswald was killed other than that he's related to us and it would have gotten us out and gotten us murdered, but like both the two deaths that we know happened were like kind of involved in the festival. And then the man was shaded on top of all of that.
And Gilly also died after arguing with a dwarf in the Gorgeous Dwarf.
My major question was basically, do we have anyone that we suspect here specifically?
There is one of the church people. No, there was one of the church people who apparently, quote, sings in the choir.
Yes.
Who got in a fight with a man, and then that man was literally turned up dead the next day.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Now, we have this sword that may or may not detect lycanthropes in the sense that it might cause them to react or burn or sting them or who knows on physical contact or while shining in its light. No way of knowing for sure. We know this weird moonbeam spell reverts shape changers to their true form. Whether this sword does something like that, we don't know. But it's possible, it sounds like, that something is going on in the church. They've got this, like, why does this church need these really strong locks that they're commissioning from a locksmith that later ends up dead? Why is this other person in the church?
I will say that they did ask the question about those locks, and that's one of the shady questions, or the shady answers that the priest gave, more or less, that, you can never be too careful, with things going on the way they are. We want to make sure that we can lock down the church. Because the church is actually... Although most of the buildings in town are all fashioned primarily of wood, the church itself is fashioned. The lower half is all stone. The upper half is wood, right? So it is actually a rather, Three Little Pigs safe.
Do we know if those locks were they like the kind of lock where you need a key for both sides, or was it like the kind that has a knob on the inside?
Not
because a lot can keep people out, but it can keep people in
not
too.
100% sure, but they were extremely high quality locks that were commissioned. Each lock in her ledger, it was 100 gold pieces per lock.
Right, and you would expect something like that to be extremely sturdy.
Yes.
And so,
one more question:
is it possible that perhaps a member of the church is a lycanthrope, and someone else, perhaps multiple people, are in on it? They know they're a lycanthrope, and maybe they want to help them, or maybe they have other reasons for wanting to keep them around.
Oh, I think anything is
that's
possible.
That's my suspicion, myself personally. Yeah,
I think anything is possible. We just haven't really investigated that far yet, which is kind of what brings us back here. Like, this is where the festival's going on. This is where you think things are going to happen, if they're going to happen. But what stands out right now is that you see inside the priests are sort of arguing with one another.
Does the sword glow when it's fully drawn, or will it glow if I pull it out part way?
No, it has to be fully taken out of the.
Is there like in the like front area of this church? Is there like a crowd moving around, or is it just strictly like the churchgoer people and stuff like that, and the dwarves?
It's that is the crowd, right? That is the crowd. People coming, mostly coming. Not a lot of people going because people are starting to arrive to help. Starting to, the feast is going to be kicking off in an hour or so. There's a few people going in and out of the chapel itself. But like I said, you see these two priests sort of partway in. There's sort of this foyer into the church, right? So you got the double doors standing wide open. There's this little foyer, and there's another set of double doors that go into the chapel. All of those are open, but these two are sort of in the foyer, and they're just sort of like pointing at each other and sort of bickering back and forth and whatever. But I
would love to just kind of meander closer to these doors and see if I can catch any bit of this conversation. Like, let's trying to be nonchalant about it. I don't know what kind of role it would be to just be like.
That sounds like a bluff more than a stealth.
Yeah, that's the problem. But like, I don't know if maybe like I don't know.
Say it again for what you wanted to do.
I'm trying to see like just blend in with the crowd and kind of just be like looking around. But I really want to get close to the door. Cool. I love that idea.
So you.
Oh wow, that was actually great.
As you move in through the crowd, right, and you sort of get the feel for what people are doing, and you're just sort of nodding your head, and it looks like you're talking. And as you're passing by, you hear the two priests, or if they're priests, or at least members of the church, sort of. They're not really yelling at each other, but they're arguing. It's like, "But I thought you had the key. I did have the key, but it's like it won't budge. I'm telling you." And they're sort of like arguing, and you come to realize that apparently they've engaged some of the locks that they've installed, and now they can't get them unlocked.
Ooh. Oh dear.
And they're like, what?
Okay.
We got to get these open. We gotta open the windows. We gotta throw the windows open so the moonlight can come in and say, I'm telling you, I got the key, and the key won't make it budge. Well, didn't Silent give you any direction? Of course she gave me direction, you stupid idiot, but I still can't get it at the butt. And they sort of look out, and they sort of look to see if anybody's looking at them. And you just sort of pass by, and they don't seem like they notice you, but they're getting, then they go right back to, well, you got to try it again. Father Dadigo's going to have your arse, I'm telling you. Okay. Just don't get your panties in a wad, eh? And he sort of turns and runs back inside. Looks like he's holding a key or some sort of a unlock mechanism in his hand as he goes back into the church and out of sight. And
beautiful.
And the priest who he was arguing with sort of comes back outside and puts on the air of nothing's on. Welcome, folks. Welcome. Come get yourself the first course of the meal is going to be starting in about 30 minutes. Everybody, don't forget to get your places for when the Father comes out to make his proclamation of the festivities to begin, eh?
I wander back around.
Okay.
To the people.
Okay.
Nilo had grabbed more food.
Hey guys.
What's that?
So,
second snack.
So here's the thing. They're definitely going to try to murder everyone inside the church. Like, definitely. 100%.
And why are you so sure of that?
Because they want to throw open the windows and let in the moonlight.
Because isn't moonlight like a central aspect of the festival?
I don't.
I mean,
so.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but isn't it supposed to be?
Also, their locks for the windows will not open.
As you're sort of discussing this, Amek shows up, and he has this little quiver, and he hands it to Nilo. There you go, girlie. Don't miss.
Don't intend to. How familiar was Amek with this festival?
Amek worships the god of the forge, I think. So
he's actually I believe Moradin. I'd have to double check on his character sheet.
Yeah.
Sure it's
there's still a dwarven gods.
He understands. Oh no, absolutely, he understands. He understands. I would say he would have advantage on any knowledge about dwarven deities in general. Maybe not specific dogma, but he would definitely have an understanding of different things like that. Yeah. Thanks,
Hey,
Boreas.
Amit.
Appreciate it. I try to at least engage my players to where they can have a dialogue.
Hey, Amik, does this festival involve any large amount of moonlight specifically, other than the festival happening at night?
Well, I mean, sure, it happens during the full moon, right? But regardless if there's a cloudy sky or you're underground, if it's the full moon, it's still a festival during the full moon, right?
So it has nothing to do with
yeah.
the light specifically, more so the presence of the full moon itself.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure
That does sound
they're gonna murder
suspicious then.
everyone inside. I'm just saying. It's very suspicious. We're looking.
So if they're locking people inside, why would they be angry about opening the window to let the moonlight in? That isn't a contradiction.
I don't know why they.
Like if they want to open up the windows to let the moonlight in for whatever reason, but now they can't because you're saying it's locked. That's just why would if they want to lock people
Well, that was
in,
an accident.
if they want to lock people in, but then yet they want to open the windows at the same time, I don't understand why they're putting locks in the first place.
Well, I think what my friend here is trying to imply is that their goal is to let the moonlight in, transform the lycanthrope into, their lycanthropic form, and lock everyone inside. I think that is what.
Well, that would be a shite show, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we can't let that happen then. Let's go.
I don't think we can. Well, wait. Hey.
Whoa.
We don't.
We
wanna
don't
cause
know
a-
who.
We don't. We still don't know.
Well,
Who
Well, what's with the
where
little
we'll-
thingy? Take your little pointy stick thingy out there and go point it at somebody.
You
Figure
can't
out
just
who.
wave your sword. You can't just wave your sword at a random citizen.
excuse
Obviously,
me.
you've
Actually,
never
we
drunk with
would-
a dwarf, have you?
Look, all you have to do is this: say, "Excuse me, sir. In order to prevent more murders, we are testing everyone for potential lycanthropy with a glowing moon sword. Would you kindly allow us to touch this to your shoulder, please? Thank you. Or hand, or whatever body part. It doesn't matter.
You
get the.
you do the talking because I'm not good at that. Because that will definitely go poorly if I do.
Oh, Amit, the dwarves of this church here, at least the members of the church, aren't very welcoming to outsiders unless they give them money. But you had some leeway with them. You think you might be able to worm their pastor out, the lead one?
I'm guessing so. Have a dwarf to dwarf talk, I guess. Where is he? As he sort of looks around.
He's in the church somewhere.
Probably
I
in
know
the church.
because
Yeah.
the one dude who said he's gonna go get the father went deeper into the church.
Oi. Okay. Come with me
The
then.
other dude just he doesn't want you. I don't know if I should go.
We should go.
But I'm
We should all go.
We should all go.
That's totally up to you guys.
We told to go.
sure. I'll go with. Why not? That's not gonna poorly. I mean,
What
worst
could
case
possibly be
scenario.
wrong?
Yeah, we haven't even tested the sword on literally anyone else. We're going to single out the leader of this big church sword.
I think we should start with every member of this church. Every single person who's part of the priesthood here.
We're
Start with
definitely
that.
gonna look super
And
racist.
then we should also definitely be checking to see if they have any sort of basement that they might be holding a lycanthrope or a person infected with lycanthropy in. Do we have the authority to just search this place?
So when you guys were actually hired, you were kind of given, I don't say carte blanche, but you were given permission by the mayor
Sure.
through Oswald, I should say, by the mayor through Oswald, for you guys to sort of investigate what was going on, right? And so, again, it doesn't give you carte blanche to just kick your way around and do whatever you want, but it basically, you're like, extensions of the Richter, and the Richter is basically the judge and the law, if you will, so the sheriff, right? He's a peacekeeper, so you guys are sort of an extension of the Richter office by proxy. But you guys sort of arrive at the chapel, right? And you sort of entered into this foyer, and you can kind of see inside. You can see light sort of gets a little dimmer as you get inside because it looks like the windows along the side of the building have been closed. All the way across, you can see a couple of sensors burning and giving off a little bit of a light, but as you get farther into the chapel, it's a little more difficult to see. You can see that inside, moving around, is one of the priests, right? And so as you sort of walk inside, you see that he's over here, and he's right here, and he's sort of, I don't have a token for him, but it doesn't really matter. I can put one if you need the visual, but so he's over here and he's like futzing with one of the locks, and as he sort of hears you guys come in, I should just turn this off when I'm playing somebody, but
I'm trying to move my character in there, but I can't.
Oh yeah, you can't move it through there because there's actually a door. Now you should be able to move them through, I think. No?
Nope, the door's shut. Oh no, now
there it
it's
goes.
open. All right,
Yep,
cool.
that's pretty bizarre. So anyway, I'm still playing with these, trying to figure out how this stuff works. But you're gonna go and stand right on top of Amical. I appreciate that.
I can't.
Yeah, no.
Look, he hadn't loaded in yet when I moved my character, so I didn't realize that I was putting him on.
So as you guys sort of arrive in the chapel, the fellow says, "Can I help you?" And although I know you guys are wanting Amic to talk, but Amic is not. You're going to have to tell Amic what to say, because I'm not going to talk to myself as much as that.
Oh, damn it! Right. I was hoping you would.
Yes, because I may accidentally give away everything in the whole story. So, well, I mean, I'm used to talking to myself, but I mean, I can.
The NPC isn't going to solve the adventure for us. Imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just going to gaze up at the. I'm just going to gaze up at the
Okay.
At the decorations, but in reality, I am looking around.
Okay, give me a perception check first of all, Hyacinth. So you see nothing. You see not really anything other than standard church stuff, right? You see all the pews in here. You can see the raised platform at the end of the temple, or the end of the chapel. With a likeness and a statue of Bergadane himself at the far end, where the priest normally would stand holding services. And again, you see this one sort. And there are. I should preface this by saying he's not the only one in here. There are people moving in and out, sort of setting up the chapel, putting flowers and stuff along the edges of the pews, and making sure that all the banners and tapestries and finery are hanging as like they're supposed.
Cool. Can we just appreciate that I have not rolled above a 4 on my 4 perception checks that I've rolled this evening? Can we just have a moment of silence for my perception?
Okay.
Okay, 18 on performance.
Hang on, everybody stop. We're gonna pause. Hang on, let me get here. We're gonna pause the music. Everybody bow your heads. Lord, we really don't know why Hyacinth's sucking tonight, but if I'm ever going to get her to come back and stream with us again, we really, really, really need you to throw a few more little bits into those magic ones and O's that runs the internet, and make sure that some of them get diverted from the porn sites into the skill checks that Hyacinth needs to run. Because obviously there's more internet going to the porn sites than there is into her dice rolls. So if we could just make that happen, we would really appreciate it. In your name, we all say that. Amen. Okay.
Yeah, in Farling's
Amen.
name, amen.
In Farling's name, amen. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Back. So.
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to help, man. Whatever it takes.
Perfect.
Whatever it takes. If we gotta pray to the
Alright.
porn gods, we're gonna pray to the porn gods. But we're gonna get her dice
Oh,
rolled
in
up.
that case, you want to use the Roll'em app for Discord.
Oh,
Yep.
That's biased.
All
All right. Moving off of that.
So let's go. There's a man.
just
He's
wa-
freaking out.
So he's not
We're
really
just looking
freaking out, but you see that he's futzing with this window lock, and for whatever reason he's like frustrated, and then he sort of sees you come in, and he just turns and goes, "Can I help you?" And he's sort of looking at all of you.
Yes, we are here to ensure the security of the townspepeople during the course of tonight's festivities.
Oh,
And therefore,
What?
I am going to search your church from top to bottom.
oh wait,
And
hold up.
I would also
Hold,
like
sir.
to...
Hold, sir. Father Daragor will be up soon enough to give his commencement of the festivities speech. I'm not sure that he would be wanting you to be tinkering around with anything in the temple proper without him being here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we
I
were
thought
hoping
we
to
were
do
all
this
on the same
before
team here and
festival.
trying to prevent people from dying.
Well, he'll be up soon. He's just downstairs in the basement making preparations.
Well, why don't
Oh,
we
show
go
me,
speak
show
to
me
him
this
then?
basement, why don't you? We can just go to him.
Roll a persuasion check, please.
Yay. Alright, hold on one second.
Sure, sorcerer, you got this.
I have a bonus
Five.
to that. It looks like a +5. Let's go. And that's a 17.
Ooh. He sort of looks at you and he's like, I don't know if Father is... Okay. What? Look,
You're an upstanding man of the faith, aren't you? Yeah, and if there's nothing to hide in the basement, this is a holy
course
site.
not.
There's nothing.
but
Yeah, of
I'm not
course.
sure I'm not sure Father Daragor would want to be, interrupted with his preliminary getting ready for the services.
Well, I'm sure that if he becomes frustrated by this, we can just reassure him that this is in order to save lives, and I'm sure as a man of the faith he will appreciate that.
So he sort of gives you that look of, I see your point, but I really don't want to piss off the father, but okay. As he sort of leads you if you guys can all follow, and he leads you, oops, yeah,
Where?
I don't know, was there a door there for you guys? Can you
There was a
actually-
door, but I made it.
Oh, I've.
Yeah, I thought there was
Oh,
a door
Astral.
there.
It looks like
Astral
there
does
is,
not
but
want
I
me to
can't
go.
through it.
Yeah. Let me see if we can. We're going to hang on a sec.
We just slam my
just-
character's face against the wall repeatedly for a while. There we go.
I'm just going to put you guys in there. So for some reason
Thank you.
the doors weren't working as I was expecting. So and now
Astral did not want me to go inside that thing. It was like, no, you don't go any further in the church than you already are.
Yep.
It was not moving me
All
on
right.
my end.
So this guy sort of leaves you, and he sort of leads you into the rectory, if you will, where the sort of the clerical office is, which is here. And then he pulls back a basically, it's not really there's not a secret door there, but it's basically a covered door. And he sort of pulls back this cloth that leads into an open doorway, and it leads to a hallway. And at the end of the hallway, there is a flight of stairs leading down, and the stairs kind of go a twisting sort of down and around into the basement below the chapel itself. And as you're walking in, he sort of whispers to Hyacinth, "Don't tell the father that I was the one what let you in there, okay?"
Sure,
And he
sure.
sort
If
of-
anything, you tried to stop us.
He sort of leaves and closes the door behind him, leaving you guys to your own devices, if you will.
I wait
Who
about
has-
10 seconds and then I check the door. Does it open?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You're able to get back out, no
Okay.
problem.
Hey,
Yeah, it's just like a curtain, right?
they have some neat locks, okay? I'm just making sure.
Fair enough.
My intelligence is 10. Like, this is all I've got.
Yep.
Alright.
Let's go.
Who has the moon sword?
I do.
Yes, that would be.
Which, and you're right, you're the one in front. Got you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Ready?
I'll stay in
Head on
back.
down.
so
I'm
as you
inter-
guys start to descend the stairs, first of all, you can see flickering light coming up from below, and you can hear a gruffled voice sort of sound like it's arguing with itself or himself, and it sounds. Hyacinth, you immediately recognize the voice, as does well all of you that were there. It's talking to Father Daragor. Um,
Mhm.
you sort of recognize his sort of gruffled, grizzled kind of a voice as he's talking. Sounds like he's talking to himself. But as you start to descend the stairs, you realize that there is another lighter sounding voice replying to him. And let me.
Could we attempt to listen in without being discovered, perhaps?
Sure. Let me.
I'll slow up so my armor doesn't give it away.
Yep. Do 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 do. Do do do. Let's see.
Cool.
Dun-dun-dun. So, I'm going to move the party.
Oh, I should not be looking at the Twitch stream. I don't think I was supposed to see that.
No, that's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Do do do. Dun dun dun. Yeah, we'll do this. So I'm just putting you on here so you guys see. Again, you guys are talented enough to know that you're able to separate between meta and not meta. So as you guys get down the stairs, the first thing you see is that this basement has several pillars sort of holding up the roof and stuff. So doesn't look anything different like any other basement that you may have seen in the past, right? You can see that there's like, although they're not depicted here, there's things that are stored like foodstuffs and crates and barrels, etc. over here, along with at the far end of the room, you can see Father Daragor sort of standing there, and he's actually arguing or talking to a young woman that is chained to one of the posts over in the corner. And as you hear Father Daragor sort of speaking, he's like, Aaron, it's too late for you. The beast has taken you, and you've spilled the blood of your own father. And she's like, no, I didn't. It wasn't me. I don't remember. But I'm telling you, did you not hear of his body right there in the middle of the street? You slew him where he stood, girl. How could you come back for that? Look, come with me. We'll wipe the slate clean, I tell you. We'll get rid of everyone that we need to here in Christchurch. And when we can go wherever we want, you can learn to control your gift. And as he's sort of speaking, you're taking stock of this room. And this room does not look like it's dedicated to a dwarven deity. If you were expecting any kind of a sort of under temple, if you will, there's actually some iconography hanging on the two posts right next to where Father Daragor is standing. So this post right here and this post right here, you can see that there are symbols completely different from what you've been looking at for Vergadane. And what they are, you're not 100% sure, but they're definitely not Vergadane symbology.
Question:
Yes.
Do they match Do they match any symbols you might have seen in that book we read?
Give me an intelligence check.
Not go through. Okay.
Try again.
Yes, no. You're not gonna roll. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
That's fine.
Oh, would I get it because it's from the book?
Yes, I will give you the advantage because of that. Yes. So you realize that this iconography is you're not sure which one, but it's dedicated to a god of lycanthropes. So it's very evil-based iconography. And as soon as you get down there and they see this, suddenly Halvard's like, I knew it! I shall slay him. And Halvard grabs his sword, pulling the sword, grabs his polearm, I mean, and begins to rush after the lycanthrope, or after Father Daragor, screaming, "Leave that girl alone!"
Well,
Very in
who
character,
knows?
actually.
Yeah, that was in character for
Yes,
Halvard.
it was.
So.
I have to get my where did they go? Why are they not there? Oh, there they are. So I'm just going to go this one. And why is it not? There we go. As soon as Halvard begins to say anything and he starts charging after Father Daragor, you see him sort of growl and shake, and he roars, and suddenly his skin literally bursts from around him, immediately erupting into this huge creature, probably 7 feet tall, big, thick, burly arms with massive claws. The only thing that you could consider comical is that his teeth fall out of his mouth, and now you have basically a toothless werewolf coming after you guys, as you see that his false teeth come out of his mouth.
I should have put money on this.
And okay, let me.
Well, we know what the false teeth were hiding now. No teeth.
Nothing. No, I just thought he might be. Like, I was just like, man.
I thought maybe he
I don't care that
actual
he
kind
doesn't. I don't
of
care that he doesn't have a.
So, and as he, let me move this map over so everybody can see. I'll zoom out so everybody can see the whole thing for right now. And as he changes, suddenly you see the girl change into a no Crimson, no Polygrip. Unfortunately, his teeth come out. You see the girl suddenly change, and she starts rattling at her chains, as well as the werewolf now runs at you guys. And I don't know if I used to have it on here, but I'm just gonna do this one just because I like this one. I need initiative from everybody.
Initiative. Boop. You know what I'm realizing now, Nilo? You have the fancy sword, and you also have all of the crossbow bolts. Are you going to be both those things?
Can you use a crossbow?
I can use a crossbow if you just.
Do you have a crossbow?
No, I don't.
She's
But
gonna, I'm going to. Can we say that we discussed this beforehand, because it seems like it's something makes sense?
I feel like we did though.
What?
Like, I feel like this already was a conversation that we had before.
What are we talking about?
I think so.
But
If
Nilo has the sword and the crossbow.
Okay.
With all of our silvered things. And I'm gonna go with Nilo cannot do both those things in a turn.
This is true. So who's
You
gonna
can drop things? You can drop things.
I'm going to. Yeah, I'm gonna let.
Right?
Yep.
Just kind of give it.
Yeah, it's just hooked over my shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, I can grab it. It'll be fine. We'll get it done. We'll get it done.
All right, I need to.
Did I roll? Did the initiative go through for me? It did. I rolled. I cannot roll. I just can't roll.
All right, hang on,
Don't
just
worry
a second.
about it,
Just a second before we. I want to see if this picks it up. So I've never done this before. Oh, never mind. It is. So, what did you roll for initiative, Hyacinth? The 6th. Okay. So now I am. So basically, I don't know if you guys see it or not, but I've got the initiative tracker is showing up. So as soon as everybody gets done with their initiative, I need to, let me go ahead and do, I'm going to do Amex. So Amic initiative. Why did it, oh, dummy. Oops. There we go. So he got a 2, and I am going to do,
Cool.
Corvus. Who else do I got to do? I've got...
You might be able to click the number because the number highlights
No, I
for
did
me.
it.
I might.
Yeah, I got it. So I just want to make sure that... Who am I missing? I got Amic, Corvus... Oh, Halvard. I need to do Halvard's initiative, so... Once... And Halvard got a 12. Okay. So let me go back to my...
Somebody rolled.
Yep, let me go back to my... Where's the... And, yep, so it's actually picking it, so it's actually cool. When you see it, when you roll the initiative in the chat, it picks it up in the initiative tracker. So who has not
cool.
rolled initiative?
Nilo, have you rolled?
I rolled a 15, but he wiped it from the chat first.
No, it's fine. It's still there. It showed up in your thing. All right.
I rolled a
Corvus?
14, but I didn't roll by clicking initiative, so I don't know.
Yeah,
if it's grabbing
it
or not.
did not. It did not. So let me change the change it for you. All right. So here is the start of combat. All right. So can you guys, just out of curiosity, again, this is my first time actually using the initiative tracker. So inside of you can see that it says whose turn it is at the top here, and then I can end the turn doing whatever, right? Which is what I'm going to do. So here's what happens. As soon as you guys go in, Halvard, he immediately takes a step and grabs his pole arm and calls out the evil, wicked werewolf who is talking to this young girl. So assumingly that young girl is Erin Gilly, the missing girl. She turns into a werewolf, and you can see she's much smaller than Father Daragor, and turning into this werewolf. And so, however, even though she's the first one to react, right now she's chained to a pole, and she's unable to break free. However, just so you guys see, every time she's like struggling, she yanks, you see dust and little bits of rock fall from the ceiling as it looks like she's trying to rip herself off of that pole. And so that's going to end her turn. Nilo.
All right, so gonna. Has we already passed? Can we say we already passed off the crossbow and bolts?
Yeah.
Or do I have to drop?
No,
Okay.
No.
All right.
We will assume that you guys had that set up.
All right. So the name at the top.
You just always interaction.
What's that?
She's gonna walk up her 30-foot right up to him as she draws the moon touched sword, long sword.
Okay.
Does it do anything with the light hitting it?
So as the light hits, you just see him sort of go ah as he's bathing in the light of the moon. And apparently it does nothing.
Lovely.
Does nothing to him.
All right. Well,
at least it's a magic item.
With shield in one hand, sword in the other, I swing at him.
Wait, you're doing what?
I swing at him.
I know that. You said what in one hand and what in the other?
Sword in one and shield in the other.
Oh,
so I'm
gotcha.
using the shields.
Okay, gotcha. So go ahead and roll the hit.
That's 17 hit.
17. Let me check the character sheet.
Oh, wait, that would be an additional +1 because it's a +1 sword.
I'm just checking. Yes, it has an armor class of 11. All right. Yeah, so you hit Go ahead and roll your damage. 9 slashing.
And 10. That'd be 10 slash because it's a +1 sword. Yep. So add 1 to my attacking damage every time.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay. Just want to check. Okay, I'm just checking the sheet just to make sure that's doing what it's supposed to do. All right. So you reach out and you slash. The blade slashes across him, and you see this huge chunk of fur and blood sort of right down his left bicep. He's like, argh! But that's really all he can do because it's not his turn yet. Anything else you want to do? Movement and attack. Is that it?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you moved. It was there like a 5, 10, 15. Yeah, it's pretty close. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, it was close to you actually getting there in time, but that's fine. We'll call it that you got there. because you got to remember you only got 30-foot movement, right?
Equipment.
Yeah, I thought I moved. I thought I counted out 30 foot
No,
to
that's
him.
fine. No, we're fine. All right. Anything else after you? Is that it? Gotta know. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. I don't have the ability to attack again,
no.
and
bonus
my
action.
+2 is already added for dueling. So yeah,
Yep. Okay. That it for you then.
that is it. Oh, I have the arrow. Okay.
Oops. That's kind of weird. All right, Corvus, you're up.
Ah, yes. So, who has the Moonbeam Scroll?
You.
You do.
I figured as much. All right, just wanted to be certain. So, I would like to have Corvus move to say here.
Okay.
Actually, we'll go all the way back. Here. Here's fine.
5, 10,
And,
15, 20, 25, 30,
I-
35, 40. Yeah, he's about 40, 45 feet away.
All right. And I would like to center Moonbeam. Can I draw on this? Does it let me? Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
it does.
So I would like to cast Moonbeam roughly. I'm attempting to draw, but it is not allowing me to. Oh, yeah.
Is it a 20-foot diameter or radius?
It's a 5-foot radius.
Yeah, it's a 5-foot
I'm
radius. Yeah, sorry, you got the
So I'd
you
like
got
to
the
hit
spell, right?
these 4 squares here. Yeah, I pulled it up.
Okay.
So as to hit both of them.
Okay. I could buy that.
Yeah. I'm hoping to turn her back into her main form, and maybe the same with him, but honestly, just murdering him would be fine too.
Yep. All right. So what's the? So you cast that spell, and suddenly
Right.
you watch as this beam of moonlight just centers down right between the two of them, splashing moonlight over the top of them, and you hear them both howl in pain. Tell me the details of the spell.
So at the beginning of their turn, they will have to make, I believe it's a Wisdom save. Let me
Yep.
just scroll back up. And they will take 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful. Sorry, it's Constitution, my bad.
Okay. So
And on the beginning of their turn, if they fail that save, they will also return to their original form.
all right. So
which
let's
I
do
would-
this first. Constitution check.
This does happen at the beginning of their turn, though.
Oh, at the beginning of their turn. I was thinking when you
Yes.
first cast a spell. Okay.
Unfortunately, no.
Yep. No, that's fine. Okay. So, is that it?
I don't have any bonus action things, so yeah, I think that's it.
Perfect. Awesome. I think you get to click the arrow to go next, right?
Where is it? Because I don't see an initiative tracker at all.
Top. Oh, he's not. Is he playing the actual Corvus Wolf
Oh,
character?
yeah, he is.
Wait, I do see it. It does say end turn. Cool. It
Yep.
just doesn't show up when you guys have your turn.
Gotcha.
Fun.
All right, so Halvard. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. As Halvard goes after, we're going to manage his character. And what does he have? He is going to actually, he's going to stay away. He's going to back up 5 feet. And he's going to hit with his glaive.
Cool.
Ooh, awesome. So he's going to
he
actually,
has-
he's actually going to, he's going to go to here instead. He hits with his polearm, but unbeknownst to him, as he thinks he strikes in solidly, the blade does not appear to cut the skin at all of the fell beast, as his glaive is not magical at all.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Total
Dun, dun,
immunity or
dun.
just half
No,
damage?
they are immune. They are hit only by magical or silvered weapons.
This is rude, by the way.
What's
Yeah,
that?
it's really
Luckily, he's probably about to be a dwarf.
Yeah,
so-
true.
Yeah.
All
We'll
right,
see.
so
He should go up and find some silverware. See if he can get find a dagger out of a fort or something.
Yeah, surely someone has some silverware, right?
It's in my mess
You
kit,
think-
right?
I think that one's iron.
Made it.
Hyacinth,
Probably made out of
you are
tin.
up.
All right.
And it's funny, the character that's up has a red box around them. That's kind of cool too. I like it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Oh,
Look
neat.
at that. Fun. And then I'm gonna get some line of sight on this werewolf man, and
Okay.
I am going to shoot him with the crossbow. I can't seem to add to my inventory right now, so we're just gonna roll a d20
Okay.
in the chat.
Do you? Oh, what do you have? Do you have a bonus?
It's I do have a bonus.
with your
It is
dexterity. It's right.
plus. Yeah, it would be +4.
+4, so a 14 hits. Roll.
love to hear that. And then, what's a crossbow bolt's damage, real quick, everybody?
1d8.
Pop
Is it
quiz.
light?
It's a 1d8.
Is it light or is it heavy?
Light.
It's a
light
1d8.
crossbow. Light
Okay,
crossbows.
then it's a D8, yeah.
Yep, 1d8.
1d8.
Yes.
And these are the silver-tipped ones,
Yes.
so these
Ooh,
would go through.
nicely
7!
done.
Nice. Oh, 7 plus my damage bonus, which would be 2.
Why
So
would you
it's
get a
actually
plus
not.
2?
Because I have a
Dex
my
modifier.
my
Oh,
dex
the
modifier.
dex modifier
I'm
goes
just
on
rolling
damage
in.
too?
Yeah, 5e.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
5e.
I don't know
Yeah,
why.
dude.
I don't know why I was thinking that damage did, but you're right. You're right. So it
I'm
was,
not rolling through D&D Beyond, so
Yeah.
it's not automatically added.
Yeah, so it's 9, right? 9 damage. You said.
She is.
Awesome. Nicely done. So, as Halvard is still fuming at the fact that his massive swipe on top of this beastly creature apparently did not do any damage, the lithe little monk girl raises a crossbow, fires right over the top of Nyola's shoulder, catching the werewolf in his shoulder as well, sort of staggering him back as you see him howl in pain as it starts to smoke and sizzle where the silver touches his skin. He grabs the arrow, rips it out, and throws it on the ground. "I'm gonna feast on your bones!" he screams,
Get wrecked!
even though he has no teeth to rend you with. Anything else, Hyacinth?
Nah, that's it.
All right, if you would
I'm gonna
mind,
chill over
if you
here.
would mind clicking your end turn.
Let me see where I am currently. How do I do that?
Maybe it's top
no,
middle.
that's good help. It's top middle? I do not
Yeah,
know.
it's a little box at the top.
That's fine.
at
If
the
you don't
middle,
have,
your
I can
top
move
middle.
it.
Oh, I see it.
I was gonna say.
I see it. I see it.
I'm trying to get us to learn this tool. So if you don't see it, I could have moved it too. Amek, as he. Let's see what he's got for weapon-wise. I don't remember what items he's got for his
I
weapons.
think he had a hammer.
Yep.
Hammer. I think it was a hammer. Yeah.
He's got a hammer, and want to see what spells he might have that could.
Yeah, does he got some spells, maybe?
He's good. Yeah, he does. So
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Just gonna
So Amek is going to 5, 10, 15, 20. He's going to come over here and side with Halvard, and this time he is going to. Well, let me see which one is. He is going to Sacred Flame. Oh, as he rolls. Oh, he rolled a 19. Oh, too bad. As he. Sacred Flame is as a dexterity saving throw. DC 13.
Pretty sure a wolf is quick on their
Oh,
feet.
yes. As he slams down with the Sacred Flame, just as it's coming down, the Father Daragor manages to dance out of the way, still in with the moonlight, but unfortunately the Sacred Flame strikes the ground where he stood as he once again rises back up to attack Nyola. Next up,
And they have to take a con check before they do anything else.
who? Not yet.
The wolf.
Not yet.
It says at the beginning of the turn.
It's not his
Yeah.
turn yet.
Oh.
No, this is the other wolf, right? So this, yes, I agree. Aaron, the younger wolf, actually is going to have to make her saving throw. It doesn't let me.
I thought Aaron was the wolf number 2 because you said that she starts her turn
Yeah.
by trying to pull at the chains, and you're on werewolf number 1 right now.
No, this is wolf number 2. There's werewolf number 1. This is wolf number 2. She's the one in the corner tied up to the post. She goes last. Oh, you're right. I lied. I'm an idiot. You're right. Thank you. I was looking.
I was about to send a screenshot to
you're
you.
right.
I'm like,
No, I'm looking at it and I'm reading it and I'm still reading it wrong. See, this is why I keep you guys around, because I completely lose myself. All right, so first of all, his Constitution saving throw. Let's do that first. He rolls at disadvantage, so he rolls a 13 on his saving throw. What's the DC on the spell?
The DC, well, I think scrolls are supposed to have their own DC.
Right,
but
what does this one particularly say?
I don't have the scroll in front of me, so I couldn't tell
Oh,
you.
sorry. No, I was just saying, what's the spell description say?
Con save.
Con save. Yep. So it's whatever we're gonna go with. Whatever the caster's is. So what's your DC?
Then that would be a 13.
13. So he passes his Constitution saving throw as the moonlight strikes on him, and at first he's like afraid, but then he just stands there in defiance as it appears that the spell itself is not doing anything to him whatsoever.
He'll still take 2d10 damage at halved.
2d10 halved. Okay.
What
So
was it, 2d8 or 2d10?
2d10.
2d10. So go ahead
wait,
and roll.
I'll double check.
That's fine.
It's
Whichever it is.
2d10.
All right. So go ahead and roll the damage.
Blink.
17. Halved to 8.
8. Okay.
Fun.
All right. I will be right back.
Okay.
No worries.
All right.
Welcome back.
So he is extremely pissed. So he's actually going to move out of the moonlight, and now he is going to attack as he gets multi-attack. So
We're good.
I forget if it's 2 or 3. So let's just say here. Well, makes 2 attacks. Why is this not letting me drive it over? Werewolf makes 2 attacks. One. Yep. So one with his bite and one or 2 claws or a claw and a bite. So the first thing he's just going to go 2 claws because he doesn't want to, and they're both going after you, Nilo.
Very fun.
Yep. He rolled a soft 20 for
Good.
7 hit points of slashing damage to Nilo. And a 5,
Ow.
so the second one misses.
Oh, good.
Second attack misses as he slams down onto you, nearly like shattering your shield. As he just pounds down on you, driving you backwards, slamming you into the post as dust and dirt once again fall over the top of you because this post down here, while solid, is not impervious. And the weight of the blow slamming you into it causes it to shudder. And that ends his turn. Back to the top as she's going to roll her con save. As she rolls a 13, so she saves. So, Adam, are you back?
Yes, I sure am.
I need you
she
to roll.
saved, you said?
Yeah, she saved, so I still need a 2d10.
All right, here's 2 more d10. 14 halved to 7.
All right, so she takes 7. I just want to make sure that it took. Yeah, no, she doesn't have this many.
Eek.
By 7 is 18. Okay. Why is that? Just want to double check to make sure it stayed. Okay. And I want to make sure that his is still correct. Sorry for the delay. Good. Okay. All right. So, the same time that that Father Daragor, howled in pain as his fur began to singe with the moonlight blasting on top of him, the same thing happens to Erin as she sort of howls as well, and she spins away, getting out of the moonlight and cowering to there, once again pulling on the post, trying to break the chains. And she fails to break the chains, but she's still attempting to get free, as she's obviously wanting in on the fray because she smells blood. Now, as we are, Nilo, back to you.
All right, she's gonna she's probably slam down to her knee from that blow, probably hurting her arm or something. But she's gonna stand up,
Okay.
or
I'm sorry.
get back 10 hit points.
I'm sorry. What did you do? You cut out.
Oh, she's going to she probably narratively got thrown to her knee or something. But she's gonna stand up. She's gonna pick up her second wind there,
Okay.
and she's gonna sidestep and to put herself between it and the rest of the party, and also so Corvus can move the moonbeam back on top of it again.
So
And
you want to
attack
move
it.
here? Or you move yourself
Yeah,
around,
it will work.
no, either way can work because he can still move it on top of it. right? So I didn't know
Yeah.
where you wanted to move, but that's fine. Okay.
That works right there.
Okay.
And I will swing.
Okay. 15 hits. Ooh, 8 slashing.
It's 9
Very
slashing.
nice.
9 slash. Yeah, you're right. I keep forgetting to add a +1. So we're going to. Nicely done. So once again, you sort of get your second wind, drawing up reserves of remembering the days that you fought in the battles up in Bitter Pass, when the hordes of Ayus are trying to press down in from the mountains or from the barren wastes to the north of Perrenland, trying to push in through Bitter Pass into the country. You sort of draw on that experience, telling yourself that it's now or never, and you stand back up once again to face the evil creature, not quite eye to eye, but getting close. As you swing your sword up, you slash right across underneath his pectoral muscle, and you see this huge red slash as he howls in pain, throws his claws back, and you can see that while he's wounded, he's still standing, and he's not going anywhere.
What was the name of the group that gave us the sword again?
Malice and Moon.
Nice.
As she gives the cut, she's gonna say, Malice and Moon sends their regards.
As he just sort of howls because he can't really say much.
Yeah, he's kind of a wolf man right now.
He is kind of a wolf man. So,
Oh, he can still understand us.
oh, he can understand
Yeah.
you. That's why he just went, "Rah!" That's more of my Frankenstein voice. I'm not much of a growler, but I'm more of a Frankenstein kind of a guy, but you get the point.
Fire! Fire! That's really Frankenstein's voice.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Is that it for you?
Oh yeah, that's it. I already
Alright.
moved on.
As Halvard.
Oh, wait, Corvus.
Hmm?
You skipped
Yes.
Corvus.
No. Oh, I did?
No?
I apologize. I didn't know
Yeah,
you.
I already
I'm
moved.
sorry.
I already moved
I'm
on.
sorry. I forgot you know how to do that. My bad. Okay. Corvus, you're up, dude. My
I
bad.
would like to move the moonbeam so it's back on top of that werewolf. So just like up
Yeah.
and to the right. To the right one.
Yeah, I
one.
can't move it. It won't let me move.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I might
it's
be
a
able to
drawing.
delete it. There we go.
Yep, it's a drawing, and then you just draw it
Get
where you
rid of
want.
it.
There we go.
Yep, doesn't quite get her.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not
okay.
trying to.
Yeah, I got you. So you're just on top of him? Okay.
Just on top of
All
him.
right. Once again,
Um,
as it's the moon, as he's like, as the pain of it begins to sizzle and singe his hair, Nyla, you can actually smell the smell of burnt dog hair
Yeah.
right in front of you.
Glorious.
Normally she would be disgusted, but she enjoys the smell because it means it's working.
Now, that, I believe, is my... No, it's an action. Ah, it's disappointing. All right.
Womp, womp, womp.
Womp womp, I'm
Wah,
done.
wah.
If it's just an action, can't you still cast a bonus action spell because you're not actually casting a spell?
Oh, you know, that would be glorious if I had a bonus action spell.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
I might be a sorcerer, but level 3 is when I get meta magic, so that's not happening now.
Yeah, exactly.
shoot.
Strategy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That being said, is that it for your action, sir?
Yeah.
All right. You want to move
Yeah,
it over to
I
Halvard,
think-
or do you want me to move it?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I have to click this
Yep.
little thing right here. There we go.
That's it.
Nice.
Okay. So, what can Halvard do? Probably not a lot. Does he have spells? I don't think he even has spells yet.
No.
He can,
He can
grab
he
him.
can attempt. Yeah, he can grab him like Toma did.
Give him a gold RKO, knock him prone, grab him on the ground. He can't get up. Just
What?
hold him there in
Grab
the moon. Just hold him in the moonbeam.
Yeah.
Okay. As Halvard says,
Give
"Yeah,
everyone advantage.
you go nowhere, evil beast!" As he sort of sets his glaive up against the wall, runs up, and he goes to grapple the werewolf. Now this is opposing strength checks, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct in that? I'm not I'm
yeah.
not a 5e grappler.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to have
It's,
to find the 5e rules for me because I've never
It's
done grappling.
athletics. It's athletics versus athletics or acrobatics.
All right, so we're going to do athletics. Actually, no.
And
We're going to do we'll do athletics because it's a strength. So we're going to.
well, the grabber has to use athletics, whereas
Yes.
the defender can use either.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So he rolled a 15 plus
Ooh.
5 is a 20.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Nope. And he's going to roll athletics as well. It's just going to be his strength plus 2, which is fine. Plus
Dang.
2, plus. don't have the proficiency thingy on here. So I am just going to go with a +2 because that's just how I roll.
He just doesn't have proficiency in athletics.
Right.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean,
And he
I doubt he-
fails
Ooh.
as Halvard goes up and he goes, "You go nowhere!" Grabs a hold of this werewolf, and I don't want to say bear hugs him, but he's like grabs him by the biceps, trying to hold him in place where he cannot get out of. And he actually grabs him and pins him up against the post where the moonbeam was just completely bathing both of them in moonlight. The smoke and stuff sort of burning into the nostrils of the paladin as he's grabbing a hold of this evil beast, as lawful good grabs a hold of chaotic evil. Who will win? Stay tuned to find out, as we'll be right back.
Halvard is a real enemy.
Oh, is that break time middle of the turn order?
No, I'm not going to do that. We're gonna
it was a
finish.
joke.
We're gonna finish
Yeah.
this. Everybody in chat would be like, "I'm gonna kick his ass." All right.
No, do it right as the last couple hit points are being drawn,
Right,
but
exactly.
you don't actually know what
Very
happened.
fun.
Yep, exactly. Hyacinth, it is your turn.
Oh, cool. I'm going to once again roll to him with a crossbow.
Okay.
And once
I
again,
wanna
only
back up,
rolling
too.
the regular d20, so this is +4, whatever it is. So 16. Nice. And that was a hit. So we're going to roll a d8, and then whatever this is.
That was a D8 +2, I believe. But yeah. Oof!
Ooh!
Nicely done.
I am very good with ranged weapons, apparently.
All right, so you hit him for how much damage? Is that
That would be
10, right?
10.
10,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I got max on the 8d8.
I like
and
it.
+2, so that's 10 damage.
Why is this not showing?
And I am keeping track of the amount of arrows I have used, which is only 2 so far. And I have done near max damage on both.
I know, dude. You guys need to stop. He's getting.
I'm gonna knock.
No,
I'm knocking on
No,
some
no,
wood. you
no!
know,
If
just
we
keep
stop, we
going.
all is a TPK. We don't want. I know you want a TPK, but we don't want a TPK.
I have never
we don't
wanted
want
a
a
TPK.
TPK.
If I remember correctly, you guys were all paranoid that you had to fight a werewolf if you might have to fight a werewolf, and you guys ain't even taken no damage at all. I don't know why everybody's worried.
Damn it.
Well,
By the
luckily,
power of
for
the
whatever
moon.
reason, this
Yeah.
werewolf doesn't have teeth, so how's it
Yes.
gonna bite him?
That's exactly correct. That's why he's doing 2 claws. Okay,
The other one has teeth, though, so
Hyacinth.
you really gotta like
you're up.
get her in check.
Hyacinth, you done?
That I am done. I'm hitting the button now.
All right.
And there
As
you go.
Amek once again says, "I'm going to piss down him this time," as he calls forth his.
You got this.
Yep. As he calls, I should have just done it this way. I always forget I could do it out here. As he calls forth once again, Sacred Flame, as a 13 as he hits, as the wolf has to make a Dexterity saving throw.
What level do clerics get removed
As
first?
he fails because he's at disadvantage being pinned. So he fails,
Okay.
and he suffers 6 radiant damage.
You really only have to roll the dex saving throw, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah,
Just a
I
heads
do,
up.
I do want to be fair here because I don't want to win because of a cheat. That unless that guy has a feat that's causing him to be at disadvantage,
he's in the moonlight.
yeah, he wouldn't have disadvantage on the.
Yes, anything that any saving throws, any skill checks or anything are at disadvantage while he's under the moonlight.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
I'll take
Sure.
it.
Yep, that's my judgment, and I'm sticking to it.
All right.
Yeah, and
Good
I
deal.
actually,
Awesome.
and I could have swore it said that in the spell, but if it didn't, I judged that under the moonlight he would be, or under the moonbeam, I should say.
Yo, you know what I just realized? It does say something like that in the spell, except it's that they make the saving throw against Moonbeam with disadvantage, so we've
Right,
been reading that wrong.
White spells or what, but that's
Oh,
fine.
well.
That's fine. I'm not worried about it. You know, it's like you guys are coming out on top here anyway. Okay, so that's it for him. As now the werewolf, he cannot attack because he is grappled, so he is going to make an athletics check to get away.
Okay.
Well,
before he does anything, he has to make a saving throw with disadvantage
Yep.
against Moonbeam.
Yep, correct. It's a con saving throw. 7
disadvantage.
fails.
Yeah, he's gonna fail. He's
Fails.
now reverted to his original form.
Yep, as you
I
watch
believe.
him sort of, as he's sort of pinned, he's like, ah! As the moonbeam begins to burn through all of the fur and the flesh, and suddenly you see him reverting to his sort of dwarven self. Go ahead and roll the damage for me.
He takes only 7 points of radiant damage.
7.
And he cannot return to his normal form until he leaves the moonlight.
Yep.
So he's gonna have to.
As soon as
win on that grab.
as he watch, he's like, ah! And suddenly he literally bursts into flame, sending Halvard stepping backwards as you watch his body get consumed by the flames as the moonbeam literally incinerate whatever was left of this evil, vile creature.
Eek.
As the smell starts to waft over you guys, the smell of burnt flesh and burnt fur and skin and bone, as the moonbeam literally begins to turn him into ash, as you watch as there's this husking, or this husk of a body left burning. Over in the corner, you watch as the other wolf, who you know to be Aaron, begins to sort of, I don't know, she begins to sort of fade from her wolf form back into sort of a human girl form, as she's sort of cowering in the corner, as there's tears streaking down as sort of a mud-streaked face. You can see that her hair is all tangled. Her arms and hands and stuff are all bloodied and bruised, as if she had been striking something hard, maybe stone or whatever the case may be. Could have been her trying to pull away from the change, as she's sort of just huddling there. And she's got this like fearful, I didn't mean to kill Papa. He said I killed Papa.
Hey.
I didn't mean to kill him. As she's sort of
like, logistically, you couldn't, like, I don't think you could have killed your dad. Like, timeline doesn't.
He said that I killed Papa, and then I killed other people.
He was a much bigger werewolf than you are, and the tracks leading it away were way bigger than yours were when we found. So I'm going to go with you didn't. And I'm going to take that arrow that I have that was supposed to be her amulet, and I'm going to break off the bolt he put on it, and I'm going to hand it to her. This was your papa's. He wanted you to have it.
As she sort of, I don't have a token. I'm just going to put the acolyte, even though it's not the right token. I'm just going to put the acolyte, because I thought I had one for a young woman. But as she sort of, trembling hands, as she sort of reaches out and she takes it, and it's sort of shaking and rattling. She goes, I remember Papa spoke of this. Where did you find it? Are you sure I didn't kill him? Because
I'm sure you.
Yes.
Father Daragor told me that.
He most likely told. No, you're not evil, sweetheart.
Do you remember doing it?
No, I remember.
Okay.
I remember just I would go to sleep and I would wake up in the woods, and there was dead animals, and then Father Daragor came to me and said that he would help me, and then he said that I needed to stay with him because he knew how to control it, and he was going to teach me how to control it. But then he said I just lost control when I went to sleep, and he said he tried to stop me. He said that I tried to kill you. He said that he had to set the barn on fire to make you stay away from it. And then he said I killed Papa, and he said that the only way is through prayer, and through his guidance he was going to help me.
No. Look, this man. And he's gonna like gesture like really like with disgust to the pile of ash on the floor. Wanted to control, manipulate, and abuse you. You don't remember killing anyone.
No,
you were not in you have a sickness and you are not in control, and that's okay. It's not your fault. We're gonna get you the help you need. Okay.
But how? Father Daragor said that there's nothing that can cure this. He said that only through prayer.
He just wanted another werewolf he could control. He just wanted to make you believe that he was the only person that you could rely on, that could help you. That's not true. There are people out there that can help you.
Okay.
And
as you guys are talking, suddenly everything fades away. as we go to take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, folks.
Ooh. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Find the perfect song for your video in 5 seconds. Go to artlist.io.
All right. Oh, it's fun.
That was so fun. Look at us. I'm glad we didn't have to kill her. I was going to be really sad about that. And I did give her.
So,
when Halbert's group comes back, we can tell
Just
them
remember,
definitely
folks,
did
that
give her back with it.
chat does go over the top of the timer so people can't hear you talk, so I don't know if you knew that or not, but
Oh, yeah.
I just want
Okay,
to let
guys,
you know.
what's up?
That's fine. You can talk. Don't
I can-
get me wrong where you can't talk. I'm just saying.
What level does clerics get remove curse, or is do I can throw
I think
people?
it's a third
No.
level.
Remove
You
curse
click-
is a
you-
third level spell, I think.
Yeah.
So whatever level they get third level at,
level.
so we'd have.
Does remove
We could try
curse
taking
work
her
on
to
like
level.
Anthropist?
Yeah.
Yes
Is-
and no.
Yeah,
Yes and no. But yes.
I think it's if they're born a werewolf, you need like a witch spell or something crazy.
There are variants that,
Yeah.
different gifts that you can run with like optional rolls for humans, and
I
there's
don't
also
remember
like there's also like a new one in Denrickton. And it's like you can't remove curse unless you kill the werewolf who gave it to you. So like or unless they're dead. So like there's a different variant of that.
All right. So in that case, all we need to do is just get her to the main city and to one of the churches then.
Right out the night of full moon, because that's probably the one that
Oh
That's
yeah.
tonight. We're gonna have to
yeah, definitely not
explain
let
so
her
much.
leave.
Yeah, and then she can be brought to a city that will have a properly leveled cleric, a place that will have a properly leveled cleric, so we don't have it here.
Those
No, I don't think we do actually.
Was he a cleric, or is he just like a priest now? Do we know that information? I don't think we do.
Oh,
could ask
Sean's
him.
off taking a break.
No,
Sean's
I'm
off taking a
not,
break.
I'm not off, but I'm getting ready to step away. Just type it in chat so I don't talk, because it's hard for me to talk over the music. So
We're just, plotting because we have time.
Yep.
Wheel up. Again.
Now that we're on a break, tell me, is there a way to turn the music down or off with up, or
yeah, there is. Actually, I have to run the music in Astral.
So that the people who are watching can. I just muted that tab.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
kind of. I was getting interference from like 3 different sources, so I'm like, no, we're just gonna listen to one audio.
Really?
As much as I would love to watch, as much as I would love to hear all the ambiance and such, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
My
Just have
volume sounds
one.
really good.
Yeah, sometimes it sounds okay on mine, but sometimes it's loud elsewhere. But
Also,
on the
Astral
audio.
skips a lot with mine, so I couldn't do it. So I'm sure when I watch it again, I'll enjoy the music and our good times.
yeah,
I'm gonna go grab me a drink and a snack or something. I'll be back.
Go ahead,
in a bit,
have a good
guys.
time. Yeah. But yeah, I finished my Starbucks. Tragic. But yeah, if anyone had heard the loud slushing of ice, just like oops.
yeah.
It's fine. At least they didn't have to listen to my. Oh, good. Then I'm gonna go and film. And it was a success. Yeah. So how are you liking our game so far, Adam?
It feels good to be playing.
Yeah, it's a good time. We only just started this a little while ago, so you haven't missed too much in the way of character stuff happening.
Yeah, I watched what I could on YouTube as well. So I kind of understood like the gist of what was going on here. I just needed a clarification here.
No worries. Yeah, I kept okay notes. Sean's like, at least Kaylee's the only one who keeps notes, and I'm like, they're okay. Like they're all right. There's literally, let me read one. My notes are found in trunk pocket. Like that's my notes. Like things like that.
Yeah.
Like my one notes. Oh, these are the most incoherent of the notes. Werewolves and wolves. Animals killed. Many animal and wolf attack. Festival of
Yep.
Hurricane coming up. Like
Your
this
notes,
is.
your notes are on par with mine. So that's about right.
I forgot. The's also a letter to Erin to give her, with along with the pendant thingy. Because in the first, like, it was session 0. There was like an arrowhead talisman. We had made it into an arrow, but I just broke off the arrow part and gave the talisman perfect. So I did tell Halberd that I was holding it for safekeeping, and I was. In fact, the amethyst I found in the trunk, I definitely pocketed because I didn't trust that this Oswald man would take me. So I was like, and also he was probably just going to get sold off for tax purposes, so it's fine. I'm going to probably wait like 3 or 4 towns over and be like, I do have this amethyst we could sell for money.
You've got this like chaotic good, but also chaotic good at the same time.
Yeah.
This is like really riding the line here.
I am. Perrenland doesn't have a lot of like I'm a monk of farm. That part. But I'm not like priest of him or anything. I follow like basically the way of mercy, but like a little bit of a variation to it. I have taken to calling it the way of the wanderer, where I was just gonna be straight way of mercy, but I'm just like, grant mercy, like it's grant mercy where you can, and basically how you choose to do so.
Boom, baby!
So, like sometimes mercy is murdering one person so that you can grant mercy to their potential future victims and stuff like that. So I've been trying to play that. And also I have a -1 charisma, so that's been fun as well. Like I didn't expect that performance to work, and then it did. I was like, oh my gosh, I actually successfully betrayed nonchalance somehow. I'm one of those characters, good at reading people, not good at talking.
It was really interesting to me when I saw that you had like a slightly lower charisma, because I'm just like, Kaylee loves to talk to people, and she's playing a low charisma
and I've
character.
been talking.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's like you're the party face.
Yeah. I've been talking to people, and I'm just like, why am I like? But like, it's been harder to get the others to talk for whatever reason, other than that I talk a lot. Maybe I don't know, but I'm just like I do not speak. So like, if I speak, like I don't know if Jacob remembers, but my first character in Sean's D&D campaign also had a -1 charisma.
Yes,
she
did.
I'm just used to my talking not working, and so it's fine.
What you gotta do is you gotta like do that thing where it's like you only speak in like really wise like sayings and quotes and stuff, and just like have a color-coded notebook of that stuff. Yeah, that way you can argue with the DM and say, hey DM, can this be a wisdom persuasion check?
Yeah, I am. But I've just basically decided that for whatever reason, Hyacinth just comes off as really abrasive because she's just very direct, and it was just like I literally last session was like,
one to shit.
Like, thank you for helping. I know I can come off as abrasive. Like I literally said that to you. I successfully persuaded.
That's hilarious.
I feel like.
Right. Well, someone in the Twitch chat reminded me that I actually have ice cream in my house for like the first time in since the dark times. Nice. But I'm gonna go get some of that right now. I'll be right back.
You should go do that. But yeah, I'm used to playing the low charisma characters. Isn't that right? Dun, 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 dun. Good times.
I just told everybody there's so over on the Cannon Fire channel. Cannon Fire is like the de facto Greyhawk channel, and there's a Grey chat. Everybody, there's like 10 people in Greyhawk chat. I'm like, why are you not on my stream chat? Damn it, get over there.
Nice.
There's the movers and shakers, man. There's the movers and shakers in there, like Anna Meyer of the Greyhawk maps fame, Pluffett Smedger, who's Gary Julian. He wrote the Greyhawk Gazetteer when Wizards of the Coast put that out several years or decades ago, whatever it was. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that who made the maps was in the was in Cannon Fire, and I was just like, I
Yep.
love the map.
Yep.
God,
Yeah, she's actually got a new stream coming out. It's gonna be on Fridays, but it's gonna be. It's only like once a month, and so I told Jay, I said, I don't care when you guys schedule it on Fridays, as long as it's not on the days I'm streaming, because everybody will go to Anna Myers. Nobody will come to my chat. That's it. All we need is monkey boogers, man. I'm glad he's here.
Exactly.
Monkey's in my 1v1 shots game too, so
Oh, hey.
that's that. He's the only one that we need, man. He's the one that did all of our artwork.
Oh, I do love artwork.
Yep. I don't know if you saw our 1v1 shots game, but if you see the character portraits that he did, man, they're on point. They are on point. Oh, come on, Gary. Seriously?
Adam,
Gary
remind me,
Hope.
I also
Hey,
have treats.
Who here has the Twitch channel open?
I do.
Are you
I
in
don't.
Looking at
Canon?
it right now.
Are you guys in Cannon Fire at all?
Grammarly
You
can
guys
help
subscribe
you
to
work
the Cannon
quickly
Fire
and
channel? Because I
confidently,
know I sent
so you
links to
never
you
have
guys,
to
but I
slow
don't know
down
if
at work.
anybody actually.
Oh, yeah.
Instant corrections
So do
make
me a favor.
writing
Oh, I did.
mistake-free.
Go to post it to the Grey Talk channel and post the link to it, because I don't have it open, so otherwise I would.
You mean the Twitch link?
Yeah.
I've got it. In it goes. Sit fast.
But I will say, Valorius, your portrait does look pretty cool too. I don't know what it was about Brodus Firepalm's character portrayal, but that's it's pretty on point too.
I just found someone who looked kind of like what I imagined Hyacinth to look like on Pinterest. You know that.
It's funny. I'm sending all of them over to the stream so they can watch the 3-minute countdown. I just
Come
want
to
to
our
get my stream
We're
numbers
still-
up.
We're still on we're
Yep.
still on break, but we're coming back.
Yep. They're all gonna show up and I'll be like, ha ha ha, suckers.
Haha. Been duped,
Dun,
bamboozled.
Yeah, you're right, Valorius. They look really good, man. Monkey did an awesome job on that for us. I appreciated it.
While you were gone, Adam was like, I can't believe Kaylee is playing such a low charisma character.
Yeah, I sure did.
And it is true. Naturally, in real life, I'd say I have a very high charisma. I once waved at some neighbors when I was moving in, and they came down and helped me move in all of my things. So, my passive charisma must be amazing. But,
Or you had really kind neighbors.
it could be that. A little column A, a little column B, you never know. I never spoke to them again, though. So, like,
Those
what
freaks
can you
next
do?
door, they helped me like move in. Like, what's the deal with that?
they helped me
wanna
move
talk
in,
to
they
them
were
again.
great. I lived there for like 4 months.
No, they were
and then I moved
scoping you
back.
out.
Yeah. They were just like trying to see they wanted to like get like, decorating ideas from the inside of our apartment. So they were just like, what's their situation? We haven't figured out exactly where to put the couch yet, so we're gonna like scope out their setup and see what's going on. That's exactly what it was. Nah, they were cool though. They were on their balcony and probably a little drunk, but it's fine.
I have a buddy of mine. He we're playing a Pathfinder game, or talking, or playing a game, or just playing video game. Which he's like, hold on a minute, hold on. There's someone at my window. He's on the 3rd story. He opens up the window. He's like, what's? I can hear him through the mic. What's going on? I couldn't hear what the other guy was saying. He's like, no, thank you. So this is around 10, 11 o'clock at night, and his next door neighbor is out in the. This is in the middle of winter, out in his front lawn, grilling chicken at 11 o'clock at night in New York.
Sounds about right.
No shirt.
I mean,
And the guy yelled up to my buddy, asking if he wanted some fried chicken.
Who fries chicken at 11 o'clock at night in the middle of winter in New York with no shirt? And then toss your neighbor by yelling at their window.
Troy, you will be happy to know that all of our priestly types up here are based on the flan, so I don't think you're going to see much fools.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Sean.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did you never actually answered the question? I don't think there. The old Kirk priest is the old Kirk priest a cleric or just a priest?
No, he's a cleric. Yeah, no.
We should see if he
okay.
has removed curse.
Yep,
Or if he
we'll
doesn't
ask
know it,
him.
if he has a scroll of it.
Living with
Yeah, he's
schizophrenia.
gonna- or maybe he-
And
he's
welcome
like-
back, welcome back, welcome back.
Hey, guys.
We are back. Hello, those of you that stuck around in chat. We definitely appreciate you guys hanging out till we came out of our much-needed break. After a little bit of a sweaty combat going on with the werewolf, our party has succeeded in defeating said creature. And so we now find ourselves in the aftermath of combat. The smoking husk of a... Oh, thank you very much, Richardo. Holy cow. So Longitalos, Rich Longitalos is a well-known Sul aficionado for those that know the different Greyhawk races. I don't know why he would want to come here into the middle of Flanland, but hey, welcome. We, unlike the Sul, we welcome people of other races. So, yeah. So Rich is a long-time Greyhawker and a recent friend of mine. Matter of fact, he was just down here in Orlando, and he and I got a chance to have lunch. And by the way, the next time you come down, Rich, Portillo's finally opened back up. So.
Oh, yay.
Hey, Jay, no problem about the shout out, man. This place wouldn't be the same, or it wouldn't even be a thing if I hadn't started watching your stream and said, you know what, I could do that. If Jay could do it, I could do that. I don't have quite the clout that Jay has. I don't have quite the in with all the movers and shakers of the world of Greyhawk, but it was because of him that kind of told me, and I said, you know what, he's got a 1E stream, I want to do a 5E stream, so let's check it out. And here we are. And he's giving me pointers and ideas and things that I should do and stuff like that. So he's definitely the top of the food chain when it comes to our community, and I definitely appreciate him hanging out and checking us out. So anyway, so sitting in the aftermath of this, where you guys have found that the Father Daragor was in fact a follower of an evil lycanthrope deity, and you guys managed to take him down. And you have also found Erin, the missing daughter of George Gilly. All right, you need to just stop that, or I'm going to remove your token from the page, dude. I'm sorry, you're just my ADD.
What's going on?
Naola's spinning his character around, and I'm about ready to I'm about ready to just close the map so nobody can see it, because my OCD is kicking in and I'm watching him spin around, do cartwheels in place. So it's like he's doing a TikTok of doing like backflips on the same square. So that's what he's doing. So anyway,
all right, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. I have a TikTok up.
You guys find yourself now in the basement beneath the Chapel of Vergadane. Outside, you can hear festivities beginning because you're not that far below Earth. And outside, you can hear people shouting and screaming as the festivities begin. But
they don't even know.
But cuddled in the corner is Erin Gilly, daughter of George Gilly, that you have realized that she too is inflicted with the deadly lycanthropy, and Father Daragor had convinced her that she actually killed her father as well as other townsfolk in an effort to get her swayed to accept her fate as a werewolf, and he was going to teach her the ways of lycanthropy so that she could then control it, and hopefully he could control her. But for the intervention of you meddling kids, you managed to
murder him,
take him down. I wouldn't say murder. I would say stop him in an emphatic manner.
Okay.
A very, very highly prejudiced manner.
Yes, as you guys take.
Hey, we have a dwarf friend.
What's that?
Wow. Wow.
We have a friend
I'm
who's a dwarf. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I would swear that Hyacinth is Sewell, but the way she's talking, so I don't
No.
know.
I just wanted to point out that it would look really racist. It's just all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
We did kill the head priest of this dwarven religion, but he
Because
was
he was a werewolf.
faking it because he was a werewolf. Yeah,
Right.
but there's
evil
ashes
one.
on the floor. Now no one will ever know. He's just a pile of ashes.
That is correct.
Are we sure we want to bring the girl out of the basement?
I don't think we want to bring the girl out
Yeah.
of the basement.
Probably not with the moon.
I
coming
think we
out
want to
soon.
keep her. Yeah, I know.
We should stay with
we
her.
should probably keep her
Yeah.
chained up for the extent of the night.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
should-
Yes.
we
So,
can. So who wants to stick with the girl? Because I would.
I would
but
say
again,
the
I don't
unplayed
have the
NPCs.
charisma.
I would say
Yeah.
that someone with. I think it should be. Cool.
so as you guys are actually down, and again, I'm not going to put you back in the basement
Yeah.
because I already moved you upstairs. But
That's
as you
fine.
guys are down in the basement, trepidatiously, a couple of the dwarven members of
Priest
the
people?
clergy and members of the church slowly make their way down the stairs, and as they get downstairs, their eyes begin to get wide.
Sup?
What have you done? What have you
What did
done
we
to our
do?
father?
was a
What shall we
werewolf.
do? As they begin to sort of, you can see the
Just
panic.
like he was a werewolf.
You can see the panic beginning to rise on their faces. They realize that the burning husk on the floor is the remnants of their beloved father, Daragor.
I gestured to the tapestries on the wall. He was
As-
a werewolf. He
as
was
a-
a werewolf.
Roll a persuasion with advantage.
I'll take it. Why not? One. I'm always talking. It's fine.
Thank goodness you got the with advantage.
Yeah,
We
I
should
did
have
great.
gone
I
with
did amazing.
disadvantage just because. As they sort of look at you, they begin to again, you can see the panic rising in them as they're sort of looking at you all and looking at the remains of the priest, and suddenly something that you say just sort of passes into the fog of their minds and sort of clears it up a little, and they look and by the Father above. Was this it? Are you sure that was him?
Yeah.
Yes.
What has been
He
this?
just tried to murder us.
What has it? Oh my God! Who's Aaron? Aaron, what happened
Hey,
to you?
she's in a fragile state right now. I'm going to need you to go upstairs and
Aye.
keep kind of calm, okay?
Oh, could you sure keep calm knowing that there was a werewolf amongst us? Sure, we're going to be calm as can
Yeah,
be.
but now he's not. Now he's not. So
Aye.
just deep
But
breaths.
is
Deep
she?
breaths.
Is she what?
Yes, but she can still be helped.
So there's a whole festival happening upstairs. So I need you to chill out for like a second.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
calming down.
Yeah.
Okay. As
You-
his sort
you
of.
guys
yeah.
need to continue to be the face of this community,
Aye.
right? Yeah.
I-
Keep the flock calm.
Look, why don't
We
you
will
go
handle
out
the
there?
werewolf problem.
Why don't you go out there and give the opening speech and let everyone
But
know?
everybody's expecting
the
Father
mur-
Daragor to
Listen,
give the speech.
and-
he always gives the
and
speech.
You don't. That's fine. They're gonna expect that. They're gonna get something different this time because I don't think that pile of ashes is going to be giving any. No,
Oh, I
it's not
suppose-
happening.
I suppose not.
So, why don't you go out there and begin the ceremony with the grand announcement that the person responsible for all the deaths that have been occurring in town has been caught, and that everyone this night will be safe.
Ooh.
If they have
Does
questions,
this-
tell them there will be a town meeting tomorrow. Tonight we celebrate. What
What
about
any
that?
of these dwarves in here look like they might be able to hold a blade at all?
Roll a perception check, just because. I know I could just tell you yes or no, but I want to see you roll. Hey, thanks for the follow, Gary. Nice. Appreciate it.
Nice, Sue.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it, man, if you're still here. Okay. You know something? Dwarves always, by their nature, seem to be able to handle a weapon of some kind. just because they look thick like that. So you're not really sure. Most probably they could hold some kind of a blade or at least some kind of a club or a weapon or something like that.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and take off the sword. And I'm going to look for the most presentable individual that looks like they would look best with a sword. I'm going to say, and I'm like, use this to sway the crowd if anything starts causing an issue. This was a sword given to, trusted with us to help slay the werewolf.
Nilo, why don't you hold on to that and you just be the one to go out there with him, and just if it needs to be held up high, then hold it up high. If people need that sort of thing, just keep it in our possession. And he kind of like looks around the room, like kind of like looking.
We do
at him,
probably
looking
eventually
around the
need to give
room.
it back to these people who
Just like
it was. Yeah.
It's more a matter of the father was a werewolf. We don't know who else might have known about that. Let's just not give the sword away yet.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should put the sword back on then.
Okay.
Yeah, do you?
All right. So once again, with trepidation in their steps and their appearance, they slowly move their way back upstairs to the temple proper and assumedly back to the crowds outside.
And Nyla will follow them with her probably torn up shield.
Okay. So
Also looking the only one who really got roughed up in this fight. So,
yeah, the only one that got injured.
That's about right too. And if the other blow would have landed, might have landed, then somebody else would be presenting the sword.
Corvus will, for the time being, stay out of arm's reach if the girl should transform, but stay down there with her to make sure she's not like,
I'm also going to give her the letter from her papa that I have on my possession as well, that I forgot I had until just now when I checked when I checked my notes.
She takes it from you, and once again, as in shaking hands, she begins to read it. And as she starts to read, you could see she starts to cry. And as she starts to cry, suddenly you see her start to jerk, as she's like,
"No, it's fine."
And you can see that the fur begins to start clawing down along her arm. She goes, "I can't stop it. I'm sorry." And she begins to change. Right before you, she begins to convert once again into the form of a werewolf. This time,
of course,
still chained, as she jerks back into the wall as she's like trying to pull free from the chains. Once again, rocking the stanchion that's holding that's holding her in place as she's like pulling at it. She looks like she's struggling, although it's causing dust and once again dirt and stuff to fall. It looks like it's going to hold at least for a while.
Yeah. I was actually going to say, Dungeon Master, while she's starting to transform, before she completes that transformation, could I try to cast the sleep spell on her?
Sure.
Okay.
That'll be fun.
I'm not sure. Let me hold on one second. I'm not sure if this is like the werewolf's hit points or her hit points as a girl we're going up against, but you just 5d8. That's what it is. All right.
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5. It'll affect that many hit points.
That many hit points, and it's
gonna go.
Just so happens that she had 18 left out of her 25.
Hey, that moonbeam. I figured it might do something.
Yes, and so as she begins to change, you immediately sort of cast sleep, and you watch her. Now, how long does it last? Like, it's pretty brief, right?
Well, she'll only stay out for a minute, but I'm hoping that's enough to kind of like, at least for now, cancel the transformation. And I'll tell the others, see if you can find more things to help bind her in case she transforms again when she wakes.
Yeah, we're going to try and secure her like a little bit better. Like, is there...
roll an investigation check for me.
Oh, dear. I guess. Why not?
Yeah. Everybody can roll, by the way. And
cool.
If you want
That's great.
to... All right. Good. If anybody...
Corvus,
you want to roll as well? Nilo actually went upstairs, so she can't. 19,
That's
good.
fine.
That's fine. Between the two of you, you'll actually find there are bales and boxes and crates and stuff down here. And as soon as as Erin begins to fall asleep during the middle of her transformation, you see that she completely transforms. Anyway, even though she's going to sleep, you see that she ends up transforming, but she is sound asleep. You see that the chains go slack. But rooting through the boxes quickly, you guys manage to find rope as well as some more chain. And so you guys are able to fashion a binding, but again, you've only got about 60 seconds to work with. So go ahead and give me an acrobatics check.
I would love to.
Both of you give me an acrobatics check.
Sure.
I have such good acrobatics.
Yes.
It's so annoying.
Combine the two of you together, you actually manage to do the old rodeo rodeo calf tie, as you guys manage to lasso her, tie her in such a way that she can't really get full strength into pulling against the chains. So you manage to bind her between 3 different stanchions with the rope and the chains. And just as she begins to wake back up, you guys sort of dance back out of the way, watching the work. And I'm going to say that it looks like it's going to hold her a lot better than just the chain did. So the additional chains and ropes and everything, tying her to 3 stanchions on the floor where she can't get full strength into like rearing back and jerking against the stanchion with her full weight. You guys managed to bind her down. Hopefully she'll remain that way for the remainder of the night, because you naturally assume that the moon is beginning to rise.
May I, Halvard, you're a man of one of the gods of the old Kirk faith, right?
Aye.
I'm trying to remember.
Yes, he is.
Could you maybe go and talk to the old Kirk priest man and see if he knows how to remove a curse? Perhaps?
Sure. I want to see if it says anything in his character
I think
sheet.
he's a Pelor follower. Yeah,
I could have swore he
Pelor
was.
follower.
I could have swore he was.
I'm pretty sure he's a Pelor
Yeah, I
follower.
believe it was Pelor.
Because you were asking him why he wasn't the other Pelor's follower lady whose name escapes me.
Right.
You were asking him about that and why he picked Pelor over her.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's right, because Mayahine. He was going to follow Mayahine, who is... Yeah. She was basically she was a paladin of Pelor, and she ascended to demigodhood herself. And so she then got a huge following and influx of followers. So I don't remember if she's like a hero deity or she's demigod status. I forget what she is, but that's basically the gist of it. But yes, he elected to follow Pelor because she obviously followed Pelor, and he just decided to go right to the top instead of going through the lower chain of command. So,
I mean, makes sense.
Yep.
So yeah,
yep. So
I just think I go with him simply so that we don't have to have NPC on NPC stuff. Or like,
sure.
Do you want me to go with him or like?
Sure. You know what? That is completely up to you. Or we could just say he went. You guys can do what you want, and then he can say whatever's coming back.
Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, because I don't really want to leave.
Okay.
The chained up werewolf alone.
Okay.
But I do want to know if that man knows how to remove a curse or not.
Okay.
I'd really like to know.
Okay.
So
you guys begin to execute your plan. You send Niola out with the dwarven clergyman to talk to the crowds and give the opening speech. Fortunately, people are so relieved and overwhelmed with the fact that the creature responsible for all of the slayings in town over the recent months and weeks and months has been killed that nobody really gives much thought that these lesser priests are the ones giving the invocation and the or the benediction, or whichever one comes first. Benediction, then the whatever. I don't know. It's been so long since I've gone to church, I can never remember. But anyway, the opening ceremony, right, is given by these lesser clergy, and everybody begins to get into the festival dance. Halvard bids his leave of you all and walks his way over to the Old Kirk Church while you guys remain and stay in basically in sight of Erin as she she struggles for at least for a little while, but eventually she realizes her fate apparently, and doesn't struggle as much for the rest of the time. The festival wanes or heightens, and it begins to peak and crest right as the full moon is directly overhead as they hold the big ceremony dedicated to Vergadane, and all the plates and trays and stuff are passed around, and people are tossing in copper and gold and silver, and the church seems to have gotten a rather sizable haul. In the meantime, as that happens, a couple of hours later, as you guys are still enjoying the food and enjoying the festivities.
Yeah, we're having people bring plates down in turns.
Yes,
so we
and
can
actually, I'm going to do this
the
just so I want to make sure that. Is that loud for you, Adam, or is that okay for
What are
you?
you referring to?
What's that?
Oh, I muted.
Oh, did you? So
Africa
unmute it
about
and let
this.
me know if it's really loud for you.
It's fine.
The reason
Like,
I'm
I can
asking
hear
is
you.
because I can adjust the levels of sound, and I actually thought it was fairly low when I was doing it.
The only reason I asked about that earlier is because I like to be able to control it dynamically, because sometimes it just becomes too much. And
Oh
sometimes
my gosh.
Oh wow. And
Sorry, I
sometimes
just
it's,
unmuted my computer and it was just like the loudest thing, and I was just
Yeah,
like, "Is
I
that
don't-
me?"
So
Yeah, I can hear that.
yeah,
It's
so
one of the.
it is. It's
I'll
kind of
probably
weird.
just leave it muted most of the time.
Yeah,
But
okay.
it sounds fine for now.
Yeah. Well, I was only asking just because of the fact that I can raise and lower the sound, but I've got it really low, and I thought that affected it for everybody. So I don't know if you guys can control the ambient noise by yourself or not. I'm not 100%
I have
sure.
no
so,
idea.
yeah.
I don't seem to have any option to do that.
Okay, so
And I
that's
think-
something
I
that
think
we
it
need
is.
to do sometime. We'll just get together offline and
Yeah.
we'll just kind of check it out. I can ask
Yeah.
it. I'm in the Astral Discord too, so I can kind of ask that to why my players can't control the level of sound. So,
Love to
Okay.
hear it.
all right. Sorry, I'm distracted. I've got a kitten running around here chasing his tail. Anyway, so a couple hours later, Halvard comes back, and he has sort of a dour look on his face. He goes, "No, he cannot. Although he is of the requisite skill level, he does not have that ability blessed upon him. However, he says that we can probably bring the girl to Traft, where there is much more powerful clergy, those who would be able to take
Cool.
her and cleanse her soul of this evil that has taken root. But unfortunately, we cannot do it now. So
Okay.
Would Nyla have returned to them by this point?
So yes, you guys are actually all together because you were out there when they gave the first and sort of held up your hand, saying that you guys were the ones that killed the creature that was
Plaguing town.
Yeah, plaguing the town. And while
Good.
you
And
were,
tomorrow, collect our 5 gold.
while you were all gathered back in the rectory or in the temple proper and stuff, as people are outside enjoying the festivities, the hetman of the town comes to pay you a visit.
Hey, what's up?
He's replete with all his finery, and he has his top hat on, and his hair is brushed back just so. And
Of course.
he sort of walks up to you with this very regal manners. This town owes you a debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid easily. I shall not
Yeah.
forget this deed this day, this heinous, heinous creature that was plaguing my town.
Yep.
I am grateful that I was able to see the evil for what it was and bring the stout hearts such as yourselves in to cleanse our small community. With that said, it has been agreed upon that for as long as you wish to stay, we shall provide you residence and a stipend of 2 gold every single month for as long as you shall stay within our town. This is the least that we can do.
Well, appreciate that. We're
Thank
just
you very much.
happy that this Evil has been purged.
And so you're standing there, and the clergymen who came down to see you guys earlier return, and in their hand they hold a sack, a small sack, large pouch actually, let's say that, and they sort of jingle it. Our town does not have much. Our church doesn't have much less. But this is the least that we can do to repay you for what you have done, saving all of us from that beastie. Excuse me. And I hand you a satchel of coins.
Oh, cool.
Nilo takes the coins
Inside,
and she holds out a hand for him to shake.
reaches out, grabs your hand, shakes it, and inside you guys find 50 gold coins.
That's a lot of coin.
That's a lot of gold. You sure you can part with this much?
It's the reason of gathering of coins during this festival of Vergadane is so that we can invest it in the community. And I don't think there's any better investment than in you lokes looking after us as if it were the old Richter himself smiling down upon us from the sky, guiding your hand, guiding your blades. If I had more to give yins, I'd give it, but unfortunately this is the best that we can do for this time. As the
Was
mayor
appreciated
said,
by all of us.
as the mayor said, I agree. We've decided that the Richter's old home now belongs to yins if you want it. I know it's probably a little small for the five of you, but you can always build add-ons, and if you need the help, you need the word work, we've got the folk what here to do it for you.
And it looks like we've got the coin now, too.
Aye. So,
Really investing in the community.
if and you'll have it, the house be yours.
I think we need to make a
Alright.
trip to Traff, actually.
So, with
Well,
that said,
the house is still ours for when we like rest.
You're right.
yep.
Thank you. We're honored, all of us.
We are honored.
Oh, it honor is
sure.
all ours. As they once again return to the festival, and you guys join in, now being the heroes of Christchurch, as you guys have brought them back
Cool.
from the brink of death.
Yeah. It did sound like they were all going to be slaughtered by werewolves.
Like
100%.
as you guys are enjoying the festival, yet another of the town community wishes to make himself known properly to you as Bertrand Stonebrow, the general manager of the Christchurch Minerals, steps up.
Right, yeah.
Yins have done this community a great service. The Lord, the Forge himself, would be honored to have those of your ilk fighting in his name. That said, if is ever looking for work, the mine's always looking for folk what to help us with the evil beasties in and out of the town as we ship our ore down up north to Traft. If y'all are interested, you just let me know and I'll get you the first shipment. Pay isn't the greatest in the world, but it's usually about 2 days travel. You can make yourself an easy 5 gold coin apiece for your swords. More if there are encounters along the way that need encountered, so to speak. Ha ha! So you just come see old Stonebrow, and we'll make arrangements.
Gotcha.
Should you ever find yourself in need of work, short time or long term, it's the least that I can do for what you've done for the Make community.
That is really convenient, because we'll be heading up the Traft soon.
Oh, we're not sending a shipment soon, so I'm not going to hire to go someplace that I don't need to pay you to go. But if I got a shipment going and you'd be in our tasks align appropriately,
Yeah.
I would be more than happy to to pay for your fare. Food included along the way, in addition to the 5 gold coins for the trip. Another 5 gold coin if you make the return trip as well. Good day. Good day to you. And he sort of tips a cap to you and sort of moves out about the
Aaron.
The festivities and stuff. And so it goes for the remainder of the evening and well into the night, until well past midnight. The festivities and the fires have died down. The vast majority of folk have retired to their homes, safe and snug in their beds, knowing that the heroes of Christchurch have managed to slay the demon that plagued the community. You find yourselves weary, kind of wondering what's next. And you guys...
Second dinner.
As you
I
guys...
imagine during this whole thing, we're just like, there's some of us stay down there and people bring us plates. Like they just load up on some food and bring it down.
The remainder of the night as you fall asleep in the basement of the church.
In shifts.
In shifts.
We are watching a werewolf.
Luna, bright and full, passes overhead, makes her trek across the sky, and well into the early morning hours, descends out of sight. And as you guys watch in the morning, Erin slowly reverts to her normal self, a young teen girl of perhaps 16 years old, with long dark hair streaked with dirt, twigs, and other earth and mud sort of baked into it. Her face dirty and streaked with tears. Her hands raw from clawing at whatever it was she was clawing at when in her animal form. But she appears to be okay. She appears to be a little more of herself, as she has sort of a half smile on her face, looking up at you and says, "Can I have some breakfast, please?"
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
I have like a pastry from the night before that I hand to
She
her.
grabs it and stuffs it in her face just like any other young child might. Although she's far from young, she is young in your eyes comparatively. And she stuffs down the pastry and sort of wipes her mouth and gets sort of a half smile and half giggle, and she sort of holds her hands out as if ting 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 ting, as the chains are sort of.
We should probably let her go now.
Asking.
Yeah, I think she, like, from what we know of werewolfism, you know, in the from what we've read, are they like only affected during, like, do they only change during the full moon in this world?
At first. So at first they are controlled by the moon.
Okay.
Right? So the moon light, whether it's a full moon or not, but it's the full moon is the biggest, right? But during the full moon, it's like uncontrollable. But as years go on, they learn to control it, and then they can just shift on at will.
Okay, cool,
so
cool.
Moon or no moon, they can just shift and control it. But as they're first coming to grips,
so she should be fine for like a month at that point.
Yeah, she should be within reason.
Okay.
From what you read as well, stressful situations could possibly trigger a change, but again, usually it's mostly the moon that makes it uncontrollable for them.
Right.
Okie dokie, Lucky. Yeah, we can take them off.
Okay.
The moon's probably gone by now.
Alrighty.
So you take the chains off, and she immediately runs to Hyacinth and throws her arms around you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. And
Hey,
she starts sobbing and crying, burying her face into your shoulder.
I hug her back.
I said, I'm gonna go and grab a bucket of water. I think us gentlemen should. I think the gentleman here should make the leave. I'm gonna go grab a bucket and bring it down for you.
Yeah, if you guys
help
could
her
give
out.
us like a minute.
Would have no problem leaving the room.
I have low charisma, but I am a big sister, so I know what I'm doing.
All right, so yeah, Nyla's gonna go grab
Yeah.
a bucket of water and some cloth or something and bring it back down so Hyacinth can help her wash. And Nyla herself will also make her leave as well.
Okay. So you guys managed to get her cleaned up, and so
I also think I have a pair of like common clothes or something crazy in
her
my
clothes
bag.
are actually not too
Our
bad.
clothes are fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're a
good.
little ripped and torn a little bit, but they're not too bad.
Cool.
They're serviceable.
Okay, but just get her a little scrubbed
Probably
up.
about 8 or 9 o'clock, you guys find yourselves sort of leading her up out of the basement, out of the sight of the rotting husk that was once Father Daragor.
Mhm.
You should take her to the gorgeous dwarf, get her breakfast.
Okay.
Yeah,
As you
like a real breakfast. I was just like, here's just some food to get you going, and we're gonna get you real food now.
okay.
Let's go.
So somewhere in here. So you guys, oops, why is the fog of war on my map? The heck? How'd that happen?
Dun, dun, dun.
It's foggy this morning, apparently.
The rest of the
Apparently
worlds are coming.
so. Let's just go none. How about that? There we go. Yeah. So yeah, she's not part of the party, I guess. We'll put her right at the head of the table. So you guys find yourselves back at the Gorgeous Dwarf having breakfast. Today is now the 12th day of Fireseek Common
That
Year.
guy we sent out after her should be coming back today, and we can tell her that we found her on her own.
This is true.
Oopsie
Oopsie daisy.
daisy. I mean, it's fine. We paid him. It's fine.
Yes, you did.
He had some easy work.
Yes, he did. So it is, again, the 12th day of Fireseek. The weather outside is still cold. It's in the 20s, but it's warm. Well, I should say it's in the teens, but it's warming up. It's probably going to get in the highs of the 20s, but the day is cloudy after the nice night and a nice day yesterday provided with a brilliantly full moon. Today's day is a little bit cloudy and overcast, giving it sort of a dreary feel. You guys enjoy your breakfast and sort of recovering from the night's festivities. There are several people in the bar itself as your breakfasts are brought, and everybody in the town that's anybody, even, I mean, literally anybody, walking by, they're sort of patting you and thanking you and hope you'll stay, and the gods we were blessed by the gods to have such valiant heroes come to our town. Once again, an interesting note, you guys see this a gnome man coming in with his daughter, and she skips over and she hands you what appears to be something that looks like a butterfly made out of wooden leaves. And
I love it.
she hands it to you and she goes, "I'm going to make a big one of this so I can fly." And her dad's just like shaking his head like, "Oh my God, no, it's just not going to happen now." But she's like, she's the same little gnome girl that came out trying to fight the fire with that makeshift pump hose that you guys saw. That didn't really do anything but little sprinkling of water, but it was obviously something she made. Again, she hands you something and you take it, and it's made of leaves and it's got twigs attached to a single stem, so it kind of looks like a butterfly, and it's like you can flap the wings if you want. And she says, "I'm going to make one of these so I can fly," and in her little squeaky tiny voice, and she's short even for a gnome, a child, right? She is very diminutive, if you will. But she just turns and dances away, and the dad's like, "She just wanted to give it to you. She just wanted to meet you and give it to you. I apologize for interrupting you."
No. She's amazing, and I bet she's going to change the world.
And she's going to change something, usually my drawers, after I shite myself for everything she gets into. As he laughs and runs off after her out the door.
I love it.
So that sort of leaves you guys for the remainder of the day. Sort of.
It's the 12th of Fireseek
It
or
is the
something now?
12th of Fireseek. What are our plans to do for today?
Oh
Do we
man,
want to do anything specifically, or
I don't have any plans.
Perhaps we should go back to the old Richter's house and take a look at it.
okay? So,
See if we can find whoever like any kind of clue as to where he sent that letter. I know we already looked this thing over, and
Okay.
we need his ours now, so like we can do what we want. But like, man, because like now we have his stuff and his sword, and now we gotta get that back to him, or Halvard will
Okay.
be upset.
okay.
So we can-
Oh yeah. We should also recover the stuff from
We should
from
probably-
recover the armor too that we stored down underneath the gorgeous dwarf and take it back.
Yeah, you have it downstairs in Sog. By the way, Corvus, the Sog is the half-orc bartender that owns the Gorgeous Dwarf.
She's cool.
She kind of talks like a dude, but she's a female. Trust me. So, you guys sort of, well, I should say, what do you want to do with Erin? Right? Are you going to bring her with you wherever you go, or are you going to leave her someplace where she can rest under the watchful eye of somebody, or what do you want to do?
Well, we're definitely gonna take her to traffic and get her taken care of.
Well, that's
But after that,
that's
it's
what I'm just saying.
That's a journey.
That's a
of its
journey.
own.
That's not today, though, right? You're not going to be like going
Nah.
back today.
Why?
Hey,
why-
Aaron, what do you want to do now? I know like for like the short term, not long term, like today. Like, do you want to just like go home and rest there, or
No,
like?
no, I have nothing there right now. Eventually, yes, I would probably like to go back to the farm because
Yeah.
that's what Papa and I. And
We've been
Mama
sending
were
that
gonna do.
guy there. What is that guy's name? Anybody remember?
Oh, the
What was it?
which one? The big dude?
Yeah, the big dude who like we were like, hey, can you go check on these animals?
Yes.
Here's some gold.
Let me grab his name. I've got his notes here
How-
somewhere. I actually had it on the tip of my tongue. His name is Farth Bearhorn.
Farth. Yeah, we've been sending Farth to take care of like your animals and stuff. So maybe we'll just keep doing that if you don't want to go home right now.
Farth, that big bear man. He's bigger than Papa. He was
Yeah.
a very large man.
how
Yeah, he
about-
said he'd helped on your farm for a little bit.
He
so we
did.
were
He
like,
helped Papa build some of the fencing and stuff to help because sometimes weather the weather got sort of really bad and it blew over a lot of the fencing and just the animals got us and trampled it. So Papa had to go out and fix it.
Yeah, so since he's like he had done some work on the farm, so he knew where it was. So we were like, hey, can you go take care of the animals and stuff? So
Thank you. So yes, I
worries.
would probably like to just stay here and maybe.
do you want to stay in the
sit
gorgeous
by
dwarf for a while?
Can I sit by the fire maybe and read
Yeah.
some? Perhaps you have a book or something that I might be able to read or
I
something.
feel like I do have a book. Do I have a book?
I believe
I'm always collecting
you
books.
bought a book at Henriette's, but I forget what I gave you. I probably have it noted somewhere.
Give me a
but-
second.
what we do know is it wasn't smut this time.
Yeah.
This wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't looking for smut this time. Probably started in the same genre. I don't remember, but I'm sure I have a book.
Yes,
so I'm going
I
to
believe
let
you
her
have a
have.
book.
I will go to Sog and be like, "Hey, Sog." So we're gonna. Aaron's gonna hang out here for a little bit.
Okay.
We're gonna be going to the old Richter's house because
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
it's ours. It's kind of ours now.
Oh, does that mean you're not going
it's
to be
been
blessing me with your smiling faces
mean,
every morning?
I don't know how to cook well, so it's fine. I'm probably gonna be here a lot. But can you just keep it? Just make sure Erin's taken care of for the
sure.
day. Like
Sure. She'll be
she's been
fine.
through a lot.
She'll be
She's
fine
been
here.
through a lot.
She'll be fine.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, so we're probably gonna be gone for the day, for
Okay.
however long that takes.
Okay.
But we will be back to check on her,
Okay.
or
So-
at least I will. I don't know about them.
So, you guys leave Aaron and you make your way back to Sertaim's house, the former Richter's home. It is still in the same sort of condition you guys found it before, where it was torn up and stuff like that, but at least the windows and doors are closed from the last time you guys visited here because Halvard would not let you guys do anything but. You guys managed to straighten the place up. And as you're cleaning up and getting everything built, you're actually visited by a couple of carpenters who have been sent by the mayor in order to sort of help you guys design and build any additional rooms or add-ons that you guys may want. The town, they say normally it would cost 100 gold pieces to build these add-ons, enough rooms so each of you can have your own room. However, the town has agreed to pay half the cost, and you don't have to pay them 100%. You pay 50% up front and 50% on completion. So if you spot them 25 gold to get the supplies and everything, they can begin doing it. And they say it'll take about a week to 2 weeks to get enough people to hired on to come over and build out these rooms, right? So let's say actually it'll probably take a little longer. Let's say 3 weeks from now, you'll be able to have a fully fleshed out, 4-bedroom house or whatever. Right now it's only like 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms. But
we only have like 50 gold.
Yeah, so if you pay 25 up front, right?
And 25 on
and then
completion.
25 upon completion. Hopefully by then maybe you've earned more coin or whatever, right? Because don't forget, you guys have to make a trip to Traft. So they figure while you're gone, they'll be able to get all this stuff built. And by the time you get back, because it's like a 2-day trip there, 2-day trip back, that's 4 days, right? So
True.
So
that's
in the
assuming
meantime,
we don't get held up in Traft.
and in the meantime,
Well, yeah. So we.
I'm sorry, as well, don't forget the town is going to put you up in the Gorgeous Dwarf until such a time you don't need it, right? So the town has agreed to let you stay at the Gorgeous Dwarf, right?
We have a little base of operations, guys.
Yep.
In addition to that, we also do have the original reason for coming here to turn in as well. I believe that has to go to Traft as well, don't it?
Yeah, so the
all right,
the cause of death. So you have to visit
murdered by werewolf.
Yeah, you have to.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to visit the Guild of Inquisitors in the city of Traft to let them know what happened to Oswald as well as Sir Thames. And so,
for Sir Thames, like, is there like? It would be weird, but is there like a person who would deliver mail to a place in this town? Like send messages?
Yes. So typically once a week, the caravan from Traft comes up, and as a matter of fact, it's due to come in tomorrow.
Cool.
The 13th. Right. So hang on. Where's my schedule at? I actually have this thing scheduled out. Where am I? I've got my notes here. Guys make me jump around on my notes. So the supply wagon is due to come up on the 13th, and so every week on Earth Day, the caravan arrives. It's there for a day, and then it loads whatever needs to go back, right? So typically correspondence and stuff like that get shipped that way, right? So if you have somebody specific something has to go to, it would go to that person. When they get to Traft, they would give it to some delivery service. Now here in Christchurch, there's really nothing. Everybody knows everybody, right? So it's not like that's difficult to get mail. But when it gets to Traft, they actually have like the guilds of services guild and stuff like that would be able to grab messages and letters and whatnot to deliver them to their respective individuals. So yes, to answer your question in a long amount way, yes.
Yeah, because I'm curious who he sent that letter to, and how we could get them.
Okay, well, you have the letter. You have the letter.
I do have. Well, I thought we only had an imprint of the letter that was actually sent.
Yeah, correct, but you have names, right?
I do have names. I have Caitlin. Is that one?
Yep.
Caitlin. No, that's. Oh God. Let me just look at the handout.
Okay.
We have names. I'm going to say we have names for both the people he was writing to.
Yep.
And we can probably figure out from there who these letters were going to.
Ulrich was his mentor. Yep.
And then...
And the other one was Cillian.
Cillian, that was it.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm sure Cillian wants their sword back.
Perhaps.
But, and... maybe Ulrich, we can figure out like how to get back this armor too.
Okay.
a unit.
Yep.
I don't know.
Okay.
One of these people will know how to give these people back their stuff.
So,
Feels bad.
for the next day or so, you guys are involved in getting everything sort of prepared. The wagon train's coming in tomorrow. You guys are going to be assumedly taking on with the wagon to go to Traft.
That makes sense.
So,
And we don't want to wait a whole month, or
yeah, exactly.
we'll have problems with Aaron again.
Yep. Yeah. So while
Sooner the better.
while you guys are sort of around town, you receive a message to visit Bertrand Stonebrow at Christchurch Minerals. And arriving there,
Alrighty.
he welcomes you into his office. He goes, "So, I'm hearing you're going to Traft. Is this true?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
seeking to make some coin then? Because I got a shipment of ore that I'm needing to be sent down to Traft, and I would much appreciate a couple of folk what I know can handle themselves in a sticky situation to be tending to my ore as it's going down to the city."
Sure, yeah.
Would
I thought you were gonna wait a while, but yeah, we'll take some.
No, now that I know you're going right down to Traft, I might as well take advantage of when I can, eh? So I got 2 wagon loads of ore that need to be going down to Traft. It's ripe ore, strictly copper, nothing big, but I can tell you that there's been some ruffians what been attacking up and down the coast here a little bit. Usually, they're not too keen on getting uncut ore, right? But just in case, I'm gonna need a few folk what to ride along. I'd appreciate you going. The original bargain is set 5 gold coins per person for the trip down, and if you elect to make the trip right back, it's another 5 coins coming back. Do we have a bargain?
Sounds good to
I
me.
think
What about
that's
you
a
guys?
bargain.
If it's a bargain,
We'd have to.
as he slaps papers, if they're making the bargain, I need you to sign your marks right there so we can have us a deal in contract in full.
Sure,
We'll
yeah.
have to bring
then I
Erin
just do
back
the
after
sign of
she's
Farlington
helped
with
with.
an H.
Wait,
It's
what?
H and then the sign of Farlington.
Okay.
That's how my name goes.
Okay.
My signature goes.
Anybody not signing? I just want to make sure if anybody's not
I
signing.
don't
No,
think
not-
that
Nilo.
Corvus will be
Nilo's not
signing
going to
this
sign, and Corvus is
Oh
not
no,
signing.
she's gonna sign.
on
She's gonna
account
sign.
of
Okay.
on account of the fact that I believe the wishes of this player was of the players, the original player was
Yep.
that he's kind of done with this town and this area, and is
So
going to
that
try
said-
to seek his own fortune somewhere else.
That said, if you so desire, he can take and we can ask him for sure, right?
Sure.
He can still stick with you guys until you get to Traft, right? He's heading that way anyway, right?
Mhm.
So why not make 5 gold coins on his way down there? However, you are
That
correct.
makes sense.
You are
makes
correct. He
sense.
was just like he wanted to leave as soon as possible, so I don't know if he would even have
Yeah.
stuck with you guys this long, other than the fact that we don't want to let Adam sit there and twiddle his thumbs while his character is wandering off by himself.
He'll just sit there and roll his d20 repeatedly, or probably all of his pile of d6s.
Right?
I mean, who knows who's coming in this caravan? Am I right?
Correct.
Like, there could just be
But-
a wandering rogue man in there,
So,
or whatever you want to
With
play.
that said, the night passes, or the day
Nilo's
passes,
signatures.
and you guys all sign the contract except for Corvus, who's going to sleep on it.
Well,
As
yeah.
the night passes, you guys feel yourselves tingly with energy as the gods bestow more energy upon you, and you
Hell
find
yeah.
yourselves leveled to level 2.
However,
However, I want to make
Yeah.
a note on something that I am implementing because second level doesn't really count much.
hey,
Hang on.
One
Whenever you achieve a level that
Mm-hmm.
gives you something class related, like 3rd level you get class stuff or whatever, etc. You guys are going to have to find and have somebody at that level train you for your new skill. So just like the old 1E edition where you had to pay coin to go and have somebody hired to get you to level up or whatever, you had to pay coin. It took like a week per level, etc., etc. I will get you guys what the rules are, but you are going to have to either A, find somebody to train you in this new skill, or B, you can train yourself at twice the time rate, right? It doesn't cost as much. Like, for example, it may cost you, say, 50 gold or 20 gold to find somebody to train you in this new skill that you're getting. However, it only takes you like a week to do it. But if you have to do it yourself, it'll take you 2 weeks to do it, right? So again, I'll give you guys the rules, but it's going to be something similar where it's just not going to be, oh, we're going to level up right now and go off adventuring. Now it's going to be, you guys are going to have to travel maybe, like there might not be anybody in town to train you, so you're going to have to go to Traff to find somebody to at a guild or something to kind of train you for a few days, right? So just some more opportunity for some role play and some adventuring and stuff like that, right? So I'll work out the details of the rules, but I just want to let you guys know, however, as normal goes, for second level, you guys can level, get yourself your hit points, and we are rolling hit points where the dungeon master can see them. So let's take care of that really quickly. I'm going to clear the chat of everything.
Okay.
And we're just going to go, and I'm not going to roll for the other two players. I'm not going to advance their characters or anything like that. They're going to have to do their own. But let's go ahead and start with, well, Corvus, you won't have to unless you want to, but let's start with, I guess Hyacinth and Nihil are the only two. So Hyacinth, go ahead and roll your hit points.
Okay. D8. So that's 5 plus my Constitution.
Yes.
So I've forgotten. It's like a 2 or something crazy like that.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's a +2. So I got 7 points.
7 hit points. Awesome. Nilo, re-roll ones.
Thank you. God damn it. Okay.
I mean, I'll roll for Corvus.
Okay. So.
If he's,
Hey.
All right. Awesome. So you got 7 hit points as well.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll for Corvus if you want, just in case.
Thing. I believe he's decent. Yep. I'm attempting to roll. There we go. Okay, and that's a plus something. That's plus nothing. Okay, never mind.
I like it. So he got 4 additional hit points.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although his character's not set up for that, so I'm gonna fix the the whole.
That's fine. So.
Sean, I just want to confirm, Action Surge itself does not count as a training ability.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Right. Again.
So you're talking about martial archetype.
Yep.
Indomitable things.
Right.
What about extra attack? Would that count as a trained ability?
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to look at these to see at what levels you guys get stuff. But at those levels, you're gonna have to train. It's not just gonna be a freebie, right? So, and again, I haven't worked out the details of everybody, but I will get those to you. But that's sort of the.
Well, you might want to work on it because I do get key and unarmed movement at level 2.
Yeah, that's what I said. No, I'm not going to worry about level 2. I'm not. Again, I'm going to let you guys go to level 2 because I didn't want to just spring it on you and say we're going to do it now, right? No, I'm going to let you guys have your level 2. Going forward, though, just expect that I may have you guys have to go find somebody of your particular class, and if you're a like follower of a deity, you're going to have to find somebody that, for example, a follower of Follergan, you're going to have to track one down with enough level to train you in that next ability, right? So it's going to be fun. I think it'll be fun. It'll give a chance for some role play, especially when you're higher levels. So you're going to have to go back to your old temple or something like that to find somebody to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, at least I know where they are.
How many times did you shoot the wolf there? The werewolf,
she shot
Katie,
twice.
was it twice or 3 times?
She shot twice.
Twice? Okay.
Yep. So you get one back.
I did break one of those because it was her arrowhead. So there are 10 silvered arrows now instead of 11.
Yep.
There are 10 instead of... Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Oh, no, I didn't get any of those back at all.
That's fine. Okay. So, that said, all of this goes on as you guys are working and building yourselves back up, getting ready for the trip. The morning of the 13th comes around. The weather outside is still cloudy. It's still cold. Once again, it's in the teens, but it seems to be like it's warming up a little more because you can see as the sun is rising, you can see the glistening wetness of the snow, sort of where as it starts to warm, a little bit of melting, but it's still kind of chilly outside, a light breeze blowing. As you guys anxiously await the arrival of the caravan coming up. And probably about midday, as the sun is reaching towards its zenith, you guys are like you're at the general store at Gilliana's Goods, and she's sort of tapping her foot and just sort of looking at the sky, wondering, it's getting a little bit late in the day. I would expect them to be here by now. Normally, it's just after morning when they get here. I'm not sure. Perhaps they stopped over for the night. And then suddenly, from down the road, you can hear, "Wagon train coming!" And sure enough, not even a minute later, you can see this wagon, not wagon train, this wagon sort of hopping along the road as it's sort of the horses are going at almost breakneck speed as this wagon is bucking and bronking, and you can see the rider is like really almost impossible to hold on to this, as he's almost like losing control as he's steering it into town, and he's crashing through, and you hear him, "Hilf mich, hilf mich, hilf mich, better finden Kolmer, better finden Kolmer." And that's where we're going to stop until next time.
Cool. Love to hear it. Love to see it. We are going to be a wagon train of 2.
All right, that was fun.
Hang on just a second. I'm going to put this in chat so you can remember this for next week.
Oh.
I'm going to put it in. I'm going to put it in Discord for you guys.
Okie dokie.
Do. And just so everybody else in chat can see, I'm going to put that out there. So, before we end, I want everybody to give me a history check with advantage, please.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, my skill.
The one intelligence skill you got going on.
No, I don't have proficiency in any intelligence skills.
I have proficiency in
That's funny.
religion. So somebody's got it.
Who needs proficiency?
Here, sure. I'll
Look,
roll
I'm
mine,
beginning to
but I
think it's
doubt.
not the dice, Sean. I'm beginning to think it's just the group.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because Adam was
Look at
rolling.
that, 9.
You get it with advantage, though.
9. I get with advantage. Okie
Yeah.
dokie, Loki. Boop.
All right. So,
Ain't that no bonus?
Hyacinth, you and Nyola recognize the language from somewhere. You've heard it before, but you're not really sure. And Corvus, you immediately
Something is coming. That's all I've got.
You actually recognize this as sort of an old Flan dialect that's used by traders, right? So it's sort of a throwback language to back in the day when the Perrenland was run by what are known as the Ur-Flan. They were sort of these wicked, evil sorcerers and stuff, and so traders and stuff came up with sort of their own lingo. It's sort of, think of it as thieves' cant, but it's not thieves' cant. It's for traders, right? And so you've actually sort of spent a little time sort of understanding or learning some of the dialects, and you don't know everything, but the basic gist of it is he's saying, "Help me, the mountain wind is coming."
Oh. That doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound good, no.
No, it certainly does not.
And that is where we are going to leave it for the next session. So, with that said, if you guys so desire, this is no requirement. We used to hang out at the house a little bit or hang out at the game store a little bit when we used to chat. I actually have an after party
Oh, that's fun.
screen set up. So if you guys want to hang out and just shoot the shit for a little while, I'm going to shift to the
Yeah.
after party. For anybody that's still in chat, we definitely appreciate you guys hanging out. I know that half my viewers are still the players that are playing, so that they can view Twitch while we're playing. But I appreciate everybody else that hung out. We're going to shift over to the after party and just kind of shoot the breeze, interact with the chat room a little bit if somebody wants to ask any questions or anything as we go. But if not, we definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight. Hope you had as much fun as we did. It's always good to roll the dice on a Friday night, man. So until next time, guys, see you.
Nice, Susan.
And
Bye.
we have shifted. So we are shifted into the after party now. So once again, I appreciate Adam. Dude, I definitely appreciate you stepping in, man. Hope you had a decent time.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, hope you had a decent time.
I miss playing with you guys.
If you guys are still in Astral, I'm shutting it down. I don't know if it'll boot you out or not, but I'm shutting down the game just so you know. So
That's fine.
It
Nothing's
sometimes
going on.
boots out.
yeah. So
I like my So I have been keeping notes. They're
yeah, I
not
kind of
like,
figured you did.
particularly good. But my favorite is I wrote when you said the wagon train was arriving. I wrote wagon train arrives, and then you were like just one wagon. And I wrote just one wagon. Oops. That's what I wrote. That was my notes on that.
That's pretty good.
Oh, my name's not.
Yeah, there
coming
was
up.
an oops a daisy.
What's that?
There
My
was
name
an
isn't
oops-a-daisy.
highlighting.
Iron.
Your name won't highlight. It's just the it's just the picture.
Yeah.
The name itself doesn't highlight.
Well, yeah, but it's not highlighted. Is what I'm saying. Oh, wait.
No,
there.
is.
Oh,
It just
oh
the
no.
stream's on a
Massive delay.
Well,
Massive
yeah,
delay.
that's-
Okay.
You
That's
might
how
have a
Twitch works.
delay. It's not delayed for me. It shows right up.
Yeah, because you've got it live on your PC, but it's a Twitch thing. It's because
Yeah.
he's
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've got
It's a
quite
little
the
longer
delay.
than usual, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing terrible.
So what's
Yeah,
been
that was
going
like
on
a
in your
5.
world, Jacob? Anything?
My world.
Yeah. What games are you running?
I run. I don't run any actual table games. I run one online game for 2 of my players. I had a couple people come and go. Some caused issues. One just
Is it D&D?
didn't want to play anymore.
Pathfinder.
No, Pathfinder.
2E?
And no,
Or
no.
Oh, I'm not sure what
Yeah,
versions
the
of Pathfinder
original.
there are. Oh, okay.
It only has 2 versions plus Starfinder.
Right.
And then on a play-by post, I run 2 separate Pathfinder games that are running parallel to one another.
Right.
And I am running a 5e game for another person
Fun.
off to the side.
Right. That's cool. I dig it. Well, I definitely appreciate you able to take your Fridays to hang out with us. I know Kaylee got
yeah.
nothing going on. She's just up there in Seattle enjoying the good life.
I mean, truly. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, Adam, if you have not seen a picture from her house, she's like looking right over the water. It's like she's living in a castle. She like lives
Wow.
right
Well,
on the water. She has
technically-
servants bringing her food every day. Okay, so
That's
it's
not how
Grubhub. It's Grubhub, but still, servants bringing her food.
So- Where is this picture? I didn't see it in chat.
Now,
I have the view of the water is from the quote unquote cool lounge that
Oh,
my
is that what it
apartment
is?
building has.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not my view. That is the view from the front of the building. But the back of the building, I can see the Space Needle.
yeah,
So
that's what I think.
Talk
is cool.
about building views.
I used to only be able to see the Space Needle from the top of my apartment building.
Yeah.
And the view of my apartment building was down into the pool that
Right.
nobody was in because quarantine. So, but no, it's
I visited
times.
I visited my buddy in Texas a while back, and we stayed at a hotel. It was a Holiday Inn, and one of the details about the room was beautiful view. It was right next to the airport, though, and their beautiful view.
What?
Okay, this building is not a square. Most Holiday Inns are kind of like square rectangles. This one is not. There's a space where the building V's into itself and back out, and our room had a window looking straight into the V.
Nice.
That's fine.
So our beautiful view was the wall.
So are you, in
The
any,
wall, more wall of Holiday Inn.
are you in any other games besides this one, Kaylee?
No, not right now. I'm
Yeah. Been looking
I've
at
been-
all?
Not really. Been a
She's been a
yeah, just
homebody.
haven't been. Yeah, I've been a homebody, but now I am fully vaccinated, and it's been 2 weeks since I was fully vaccinated,
Nice.
so I can actually start
Very
looking.
nice.
Nice.
I know it's been so good, so good.
Yeah. And I know Adam runs like about 50 games. He just was able
Well,
to, he was
no,
able
no,
to
no,
kick something to the
no.
curb to make room for us tonight. Which
I'm
we
in-
appreciate you gracing us with your presence, man. I'm
Wow, you
hoping
make it
that
sound
the
like
original...
I'm really full of myself.
I'm hoping that Lane appreciated how you played him. So
I hope so.
he was
I'll have
listening.
to
He
check
said
in
he
with
was
him
going to
maybe.
listen in. I
Okay.
didn't. I don't know if he actually was or not, but I don't know if he was actually ever in chat or not. So
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure exactly how the character played because there was only so much content of you guys,
Yeah.
doing the stuff online.
yeah.
But no, I'm hoping that I stayed as true.
Well,
as
I
could,
figured
yeah.
you'd be a good one to play him because you play wizards and stuff all the time, right? So at least you know the spell slinger how they think, you know.
Yes, I know both of the spells that I have as a sorcerer.
Yep. So it was good. I'm glad you're able to jump in. So we'll have to discuss whether or not I want to keep you every game or not, but I haven't decided yet. I told you I don't
Okay.
really like you that much. I needed somebody in a
Oh.
pinch, and you were there. So
Wow.
Oh, what
Right.
is his primary offensive spells?
Corvus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Sleep.
mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to keep secrets or something, but
no, it doesn't matter. To be
all right,
honest.
cool. He's got Chaos Bolt, he's got Sleep, so he's got a little bit of damage, and he's got a little
Sleep
bit of
helped.
control.
That's sleep.
Oh yeah,
help.
Sleep.
It
Yeah,
did.
Sleep is a fantastic spell at level 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Chaos Bolt, I could take or leave, but if he's into it, he's into it. I can't tell him no.
Exactly. Yeah, so for those that are still in chat, if you guys have not followed us, please click the follow button. We're trying to increase our followership to at least 50. Because once I have 50 followers and a certain amount of stream time, we can start doing things like VIP stuff, emotes and stuff, and we can start expanding our brand. So I'm going to pull Adam in. He's a real good
Our brand.
with pictures and stuff like that. I'm going to help him.
Oh, am I?
You're gonna help me create emotes for the game. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, sure, no problem.
Oh,
No pressure.
There won't be any pressure at all
Yeah.
because Adam would be more
there-
than happy to do it
is there-
because
Yeah, sure. Is there any quid pro quo to this at all? Like,
Nope.
am I going to be able to play? Like, oh, okay.
I told you I don't like you, dude.
Man, Jesus!
Wow.
Why am I still here?
Because I still like you and you still
You're
like
just
us.
here to suffer.
Oh,
He likes us and we like him. He knows better. So
yeah.
no, seriously though, I'm really trying to at least build up at least a little bit of a brand. We're at 45, I think, 45 or 46 followers, something like
So
that. So
close.
we're so close. The thing that I have to get though, it's the average viewership has to stay over 3, which that's easy because I just have my players watching. We got that,
Yeah.
and then we
Plus.
hang on a second. Somebody's mewing at me. What's up, baby? Oh, you mew at me. You want something, and then when I reach for you, you run. What do you want?
Typical cats.
Well,
Yeah, that sounds like a cat to me.
yeah.
Hey, Sean, I do happen to know, how many people are in this chat? Maybe 20 people who would be down to follow if, I'm maybe a permanent player.
Is
of
that
this
what it
game.
is? Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
see.
what it
Yeah.
is.
I
They're
see.
good
oh.
friends of mine.
No wonder
They're
he
good
doesn't
friends of
like
mine.
you,
I
Adam.
might be able to,
Yep.
I might just be able to say to them, hey
just
guys,
don't- I just don't like
you don't
them.
really have to watch. It's just
I just
Black-
there's a
Blackmail.
D&D game I'm a part of. I'm sort of trying to stream anything out.
The only
If you guys
reason
wanna
I
just
don't
give us a
like him
follow,
is because I
You're
can never
really
kill him.
helpful.
I mean,
I
you don't
mean,
want to kill us,
okay. Well,
though.
in
That's true.
in theory, Dwayne very well could have died if they were attacking to kill.
Yeah,
Okay,
true.
they were attacking to subdue because they still wanted to make money off of us.
This
So,
is true.
you could have killed.
Oh yes, the boat. You're
Yeah.
referring to the boat, right?
Oh yeah, we all died. That was a TPK.
Yeah,
That was
It's
a
just
TPK.
they were
Really?
attacking. They were just attacking to subdue. That's all.
yeah.
I hear him meowing at me. I can't see him. Hey, baby.
Yeah, killing
Alright, dude.
half of us in Wonderland just wasn't enough for him.
Yep.
Because
Oh,
he
yeah.
didn't get you, Dwayne. He was really intent on getting you.
Don't go nowhere.
Well, he did.
I
Just
have
so
to be
intense.
He did.
sneaky. See him?
It was great because that orc second in command or whatever the fuck he was,
Yeah.
just Was really, really hoping for that bluff to
You know
to
something?
get us
I
through. 'Cause I was
was
sitting there with 1
I
HP.
was so debating to say yes, but I
Uh-huh.
just didn't want you guys to have a boat.
Yeah.
Rude. It's so rude. I wanted a boat.
It was on the border. It was a borderline check. I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
should I?
Well,
Man.
it's just obviously that that game was better for trains. We wanted to be on a train the whole time.
That's true. You guys wanted to be on the train, exactly.
On those railroad tracks.
Yep, exactly. So, but yeah, man.
Oh man.
We'll talk about whether or not because
Sure.
I obviously have a slot, right? But I know I've actually had people reach out to me and ask, if I wanted to fill this one. But I'm actually looking for my 1E game to flesh out because after Monday, we should finish up Ruins of the Mistmarsh, and then I actually want to start my official 1E one shots campaign, where players will start out first level, first edition, play an adventure, complete the adventure, and then the next time we play, there is no, we're going to travel to this next spot and we're going to do this, that, and the other. It's just going to be adventure to adventure to adventure to adventure. So literally 1E one shots is what I want to call it, and that's what it's going to be. So, and I know.
I said I wasn't in I wasn't in another game, but I am in a Discord where the setup of the quote campaign is very much like we're in a guild and we do missions in that guild and we can just swap out people pretty willy-nilly.
Yeah.
So it's very much like that, essentially. Like every week is a new thing, like they do stuff, but we don't do it like every week.
Yeah.
In fact, I haven't done one in like 4 weeks, but it's pretty chill. We're just like, hey, are you guys ready to play tomorrow? And we'd be like, yeah, sure. I can make tomorrow. That's fine.
Yeah, so I got...
Or be like, do you want to meet next week on Wednesday? And they'll be like, okay, sure.
Right. Yeah, so, like I said, I've got Valorius has already told me that he enjoyed playing in a 1E game and he wants to do my 1E one-shots campaign, so he's going to be one that's in there. I know Adam... you said that you wanted to do a 1E campaign. I know that you will probably end up in that campaign. So we're looking for other players. I'm preferring players that are going to be able to commit to every Monday night. I would like to have it streamed with cameras, but I never force a player to do cams and stuff. I just think it seems weird if some are on cam and some are not. Dude, what are you looking for, man? What are you looking for? Hang on a second. I think he might be hungry. Let me see if I can give him something to eat. She'll be here.
No cats.
It doesn't sound like he consented.
Yeah. Well, I just did the TV task. Oh, hey, button.
I can hear something you're watching, Jacob.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Same. This reminds me of earlier today, like outside my window. I can see the Space Needle, but I also can see a very lovely parking lot. And someone was in the parking lot saying something about investing in diamonds. And I could just hear it like they were right outside my window. And I'm just like, I'm 3 or 4 stories up. Like, what are you doing?
He hears the food hit that tray and he comes running.
I bet.
You ever been in one of those churches, Kaylee, where it's like every place is like a whisper chamber? Like it doesn't matter where you are, no matter how quiet you are, everyone in the church can hear you if you whisper. There's a few of them like that. I've been in a couple. It's kind of impressive.
The only church I've really been in is like 2, and one was in my hometown, and it was older than that, so it probably wouldn't have known how to even make those acoustics possible.
Oh, yeah, no.
And the second one was much even newer than that church, and it was like nothing. There was nothing going on there.
Yeah, the only reason I've ever been in one of those is like we went on a trip somewhere. We were just touring like all the tourist attractions, and a couple cathedrals happened to be.
I know it's a pain in the butt, but I need you guys to make sure that you update your character sheets in Astral as well as D&D Beyond.
Oh, right, yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't auto-sync.
Astral. Tabletop.
Yeah.
Let's see if I remember how to do this.
Yeah.
It's been a couple weeks, you know.
Yeah, it's been a while. You know something? If it ever comes to it and you guys can do every week, I would shift this to every Friday because the more streaming I get, the more we're able to do when it comes to Twitch and stuff like that. So
that sounds great.
Because that would be Monday. every Monday and every Friday, right? So that means
Mhm.
that's probably 8 hours a week, right? And I only need like
Mhm.
I think I need I want to say like well, maybe it's less than that. It's a few hours a month, whatever it ends up being per month, right? But the problem is it's a rolling 30 days, right? So
Yeah.
if I do 4.5, that's why I like to do the after party, right? Because normally the game goes to about 11:30. Tonight it finished up a little early, but that's why I wanted to have the after party because we get that extra 30 minutes. That's a 4-hour stream, so it's 4 hours here, 4 hours there. It's 8 hours a week. That's 40 hours a month close. So,
Mhm.
so
Let me
yeah.
say.
And then anything else additional that I do, like if I decide to jump on a Monday sometime or whatever, like the wife is gone, I can stream every night. Shh. I had to say that softly because she's in the other room. I don't want her to hear me. So, but yeah, there's still
Yeah.
some people in the chat. I definitely appreciate you guys still following us. Again, if you have not clicked the follow, I definitely appreciate if you guys click that follow. Just trying to boost our numbers a little bit. Like I said, we're getting close to 50. We hit that 50 mark, we can start doing some VIP stuff, so we can have like VIP followers and stuff, and start doing
Pretty cool.
we can start. I don't want to say monetizing, but we can do a little bit of monetization and stuff once we get to a certain point. Um, I don't really expect to make money off this. I just want to increase the stream because the ultimate goal for us as a group,
Mhm.
and I kind of have the same vision that Lord Gazumba has, is where we have a bunch of streamers all streaming Greyhawk content, and
Mhm.
so we can create a group. And Jay, that's what he's trying to get affiliate for, because once you reach that level, um, then is it affiliate, or what's the next one after affiliate? I think there's one above that. Anyway, one of these
Mm.
levels, you're able to create sort of a group, and then you can put it a listing of, hey, Perrenland Adventures on Friday
Mhm.
night on these days, and 1E1 shots are on Monday nights from this time to
Mhm.
that time. And we can actually schedule, and then people can go to a landing page that has all of our stream times on it, and they can see everything that we as a Greyhawk community are doing. And
Oh,
and
okay.
so if you've never watched Lord Kazumba, not so much his game runs every Thursday, which is kind of cool because he has this miniature table in his basement. It's like 8 foot by 8 foot, and he
Mhm.
has these miniatures, and like his sponsors, like Reaper Miniatures and stuff, they
Mhm.
just send him miniature figures. He's got a dude that he 3D printed an arena. So now we're going to have a battle arena at one of the upcoming Greyhawk
Mhm.
cons. I think he's going to do something in that. So that's kind of cool.
Enjoy
But
that.
he's been doing this for like 40
Mhm.
years, man, 41
Mhm.
years now. And so, and he knows the folks, right? He brings Anna Meyer on for talks. He brings Greyhawk Mike on, who had a blog that he did for like a
Mhm.
decade and nothing but Greyhawk stuff. So he brings all these experts. Gary Julian, he's brought in Eric Mona from the Living Greyhawk days. I think he ran. And
Mhm.
so these are the guys that worked at WotC, and kind of created all this content back in the day for Greyhawk and stuff. And so he brings all these guys in, and he had Alan Hannock on the other night. He
Mhm.
had Ed Greenwood, the creator of Forgotten Realms, I guess, had him in
Mhm.
and actually had him play in a Greyhawk 1E game with him one night. Now that was, I mean, this is the kind of people that we're getting in the Greyhawk streams and stuff. So
Wow.
so I would
It's pretty
appreciate
cool.
it. So I would appreciate those that have not clicked the follow button to click the follow button. Um, I like to do this shout out to Lord Gazumba all the time. I'm really mad that my timer isn't working. I don't know what the heck's going on. I have to do it manually. So I see it come up and nothing happens, and I do it manually and it goes. But I like to give him a shout out because he'll come back and say, "Thanks for the shout out." So I just give him the shout out, and then he'll come back and say, "Thanks for the shout out." Um, so yeah, but even in the chat now, Rich Longitalos, he he was like from back in the Greyhawk day, and these guys like run Cannon Fire website, and they do all this content and stuff, and it's just crazy what they're doing. So if you guys have not,
Oh Jesus.
if you guys, what I do, what happened?
Oh, I I was trying to remember if I get anything from level 2 for my Way of the Wanderer tradition, because I remember I do have one, which is Know the Way.
Yep.
Moana style. But then I was looking at like just the rest of like the way of just like the rest of the Way of Mercy and like monk stuff. And at some point, apparently, I just don't need food and water. I'm like, that doesn't.
Yep.
That's something.
That's kind of nice. I dig it.
Yep.
It's like really high level, but it's still something.
Oh, in other words, someplace you'll never get, because we usually make it to about 8th level before you decide, let's go do something else.
I didn't decide that. I think you did.
No, that's you that decided.
Was it me?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was you.
Okay. Yeah. It's been you.
Whatever.
Like,
you guys were talking, you want to do a bard troop out of the city of Greyhawk, so that's what we did. And then nobody made a bard. What the hell?
I made a bard.
And so did
Katie
Jacob.
made a bard.
We were two
The other
bards.
two.
Yeah.
The other two completely bailed. One of them bailed on us entirely, and the other one decided to go Goblin. I don't know. Goblin Bard sounded amazing, but
It did. It did actually sound amazing.
Yeah, Nick
He should have
was cool,
multi-class. Yeah.
Knick-Knack
was very cool, actually. So
Knick-Knack
I wasn't
great.
super upset.
that was great. We all love
And
Knick-Knack.
look, I got to do bard. Yeah.
He wasn't a bard, but he sure was a drummer. The way he was beating and everything, like he was a bard at heart, you know. Like,
Yeah. He definitely
No,
had
we should
proficiency in
do
drumming
inspiration.
people to death.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Give a bardic inspiration as a bonus. You do it once per day.
his bardic magic was beating things as hard as he could.
Yeah,
I
we kind of
tried to get
we
him
kind
to
of just
join.
followed. Yeah, he said that his work wouldn't let him change up his schedule for these Fridays.
Yeah.
When I was like, "Hey, why have you not made a character yet?" He's just like, "Yeah, work won't just." I've tried to get them to change it, and they won't. And I'm just like, "Damn."
Looks like he's working tonight too, so it just kind of blows it.
Yeah.
And then on Monday nights, he hardly ever works Monday nights. I'm like, dude, you can join. I don't like 1E. I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
Got to throw it down. I thought Adam had a good time when you did the Ruins of the Mistmarsh last week, right?
Yeah. And it was still definitely very much like a learning experience for me. So it was like, I came there not expecting to know half of what was going on, and I knew about 3/4 of what was going on, so it was okay.
Yeah. Hardest thing is to remember things like how spells work, the order of events and stuff like that. So, and I still get confused on a lot of stuff. That's why I'm like telling the guys, hey, what's that spell?
Yeah.
I don't have to memorize what the spell does. You guys need to tell me, and if I find out you're lying, then I penalize you. So.
And there's a lot of like vague things about how some of the stuff works that's like a little bit open to interpretation, which isn't bad. It's just
well, that's the one thing. Well, that's the one thing about 1E is that there, for example, do I see anybody? There is no roll a perception or roll investigation. It's does the DM want you to know or not? You're like, you know what? You actually do see somebody that looks a little shady. Oh, I go wave my sword at them, stuff. So so that's one thing about 1E. It leaves a lot to the DM to decide without having to dice rolls. That said, sometimes how the dice rolls and combat stuff work. That's what I like about 5E. 5E combat's a little bit easier for me just because I'm a proponent of, and I understand what they talk about it, and I don't want to get into argument with anybody in chat that's a 1E god, but I like the fact that rolling a dice that tells me if I hit the armor class or not trying to figure out, okay, if I hit a 0, this is what I need. If their armor class is 4, so do I add 4 to that? Yeah, I add 4 to that. Okay, or I subtract 4 from that. Oh, okay. So that's some of that stuff that makes it to me a little off, but it's not that hard to get around. That's why I put it on y'all's character sheets so that at least you can just look at it and say, all right, they have an armor class 4, I need to roll this to hit them. And there's not a whole bunch of pluses and minuses for the most part. Magic weapons, strength. That's about it. Unless you're attacking from behind.
And
What?
Proficiency bonus.
No,
I think he's talking about 1E. He's talking about 1E.
Oh, damage specifically.
1E, there is no proficiency bonus in 1E.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about first edition, my bad.
Yes,
but I heard.
In a technical sense there is, because if you have a weapon and you're not proficient with that type of weapon, then you're at a -2 to hit. I think it's a -2. -2 or -4. And the other thing is, like, in 5E, you've got advantage and disadvantage. But in 1E, if you look at a bow, let's say a bow is like 20, 30, 50 or whatever it is, or 50, 140, whatever. If it's at the lesser number, the short range, it's normal roll with whatever proficiency, or not proficiency, but whatever bonuses like dexterity bonuses to hit. If it's at a medium range, you're at a -2. If it's at a long range, it's at a -5.
Mhm.
So it just becomes that much harder to hit somebody at a range. So again, there's just some of those nuances between the combats and stuff that I still have to try to remember once in a while. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the end of the game. I think you guys are all going to die, but that's cool.
Great.
If that happens, that happens.
It does. And that's why I wanted to test this, because I want to see, is the creature that I put down there too tough for a party of this level? I don't think it is, but after watching that shambling mound, you guys couldn't hit shit.
Yeah. Well,
Putting something a little tougher could...
we will soon see.
Yep. But I'm looking forward to it. So for those that are still here, or those that watch later, if you guys catch us later on the after stream, when I get us posted up on YouTube or here on Twitch, if you happen to come by and watch it, Monday night, 7 p.m., 1E one-shots, the conclusion of Ruins of the Mistmarsh, which is an adventure that I wrote for the Oerth Journal, OJ11, which published out in the spring or the summer of 2000, I think is when it came out. And a guy I know from Discord actually put it together in a PDF and redid the maps for me and stuff, and he did a really great job. So we're running this as sort of a play test, because my intent is to run it as an actual adventure in Greyhawk Con, which comes up in October, if Lord Kasumba leaves me any slots available. But I'm not sure, because the only day I can play is Friday, because my son and I are flying out to Wisconsin that weekend. So, but hopefully be able to run it.
Billy, I've got to log out now, guys.
All right, dude. Definitely appreciate you hanging out with us for a little bit.
No worries.
Don't forget,
You all have yourself a good night.
Don't forget, next week is the
Have a
off
great
week.
night, Jacob.
Don't show up trying to stream and we're not here. All right, Jacob.
Have
No
yourselves
worries.
a good
Bye, Jacob.
chat. Has
See you, brother.
Right.
Yep. All right. So, anything you guys want to do in closing? Adam, anything you got going on? Anything you want to shout out before we get out of here?
Oh, nothing to shout out just right now. I think I'm good.
All right, dude. So after maybe tomorrow or this weekend or sometime, we'll just ping me and stuff, and we'll kind of discuss whether or not we're gonna continue on in the 5e here, and then we can discuss what you want to do for a character if that's the case and stuff.
Yeah, I can ping you tomorrow or the day after, whatever works better for you.
Yep. Just know that we have a paladin, a cleric, a monk, and a fighter. So that leaves us with whatever character you want to play.
I heard.
I am not doing any of the weird esoteric character classes or anything like that. Even
Only
no
official
dragonborn, no nothing. It's just, but it is 5th edition stuff, right? So, elf, half elf, dwarf, gnome.
Sure.
Nile is a half orc, etc.
I figured I'd make you happy, Sean, and play a human, since you seem to love it when people do that so much.
That's fine. Well, I mean, here the everybody is for the most part, well, not really. I mean, well,
We have 3 humans.
Yeah, 3 humans, a half orc, and a dwarf, right? So I thought that was good. And the other thing is, there's a lot of stuff I'm not doing from the 5e, like Blade Singer and stuff like that. I'm not going to go that route or nothing like that. So, but we can, again, we'll just talk about what class you want to play. I'm assuming it's going to be a spell slinger, but it's not.
Sean's pretty, if you can make a convincing argument for why your thing is important. Because let's be real, I was like, I want to do Way of Mercy. And you're like, well, I like the character concept you sent me, so sure. And then I did that.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. No, and like I said, I don't have a problem. Again, I will work with you, but there's I'm just trying to. I want to keep it Greyhawky, right? I want to keep it Greyhawky.
You want it to feel like Greyhawk, and you want it to fit the world and the campaign.
Yeah, and let's be real. When what was it? When Austin did a Blade Singer, he got bored being a Blade Singer a little bit.
Oh man,
got bored. And then he came back, and he came back with nicknames. So I'm just saying.
With what?
It's Knick-Knack. Knick-Knack was the character after he
Yeah,
had
fair
the
enough.
Blade Singer.
Fair
So I'm
enough.
just saying, he got a little bored.
Yep.
So
Blade singers, despite their name, they don't whack things very well. It's not.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's not. It's not the. No,
Yeah,
I can
no.
understand that.
Very
So
defensive.
yeah.
Yeah,
They can
that's kind
defend
of
their
that's
shit.
kind
And
of
it's
their
like,
jam.
what do you mean you got an armor class of 25? What?
Yeah, my personal opinion on the Blade Singer is that they're great defensive mages, but they're honestly, you're still just better off just being a mage and not doing any of this sort of stuff. Just like, I'll take the bonus to the AC and stand in the back. Of course, that's no fun for me, so I'm not playing ALR like that. But
Yeah. So.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, we'll
I
talk
know I
about
said
it
we-
just to see what you want.
And I know I said we lack intelligence. You just do what you want.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no! Like, I'm
Like,
gonna be
for
honest
real.
with you. As soon as I was said, "Hey, do you want to play this character who can't make it because they're gonna be leaving?" I'm just like,
Yeah.
"All right." And then I secretly, made like that same day my own character concepts. So I've got something brewing in the back of my mind just in case.
Absolutely.
No worries,
So,
no worries.
so,
Well, I'll see you guys later.
yeah.
I'm gonna head out and
Okay. Well,
go
we
see if
definitely
go see
appreciate
if my
you.
boyfriend's done with work.
Definitely appreciate
Yeah.
you. I've got our stream ending screen up, so I'm gonna leave that up for just a
Nice
couple
to.
minutes. But good talking to you guys. Good gaming. Good game as always.
talking.
Good game.
Well done
As
on
always.
taking down the werewolf without even a scratch on anybody hardly. So that was kind of fun.
Hardly a scratch except for Niall.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all right.
Who lost half her HP in
That's
one.
it.
It was fine.
It's fine,
Things-
yeah. She didn't die.
Things will get tougher as we go. I promise.
For sure.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later, Kaylee.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Good night and bye.
Night.
All right, dude. Like I said, man, just ping me tomorrow.
I'll ping you
Everybody in
tomorrow.
chat, we can't thank you enough for hanging out with us. We only got a few of us left, I know, but if you're looking for more, every other Friday. So we're off next Friday, and then we game the Friday after that. Maybe eventually we'll talk these guys into playing every week, but at a minimum, you got us every Monday and every other Friday. Monday is our 1v1 shots. Friday or every other Friday is our Perrenland Adventures group. So hopefully we'll see you guys. Check us next time. So until then, happy gaming. See you later, Adam.
Good night, chat. Good night.